fasa. Fokus tak dapat, tak setiap jam makin menggila. Semua nak gaduh tak henti. Tak takut budak kita bawa parang dekat tepi. Cabaran kita badal, yakini diri kental. Kita lawan dengan style. Booyah, let's crank up the dial. Tak salah mimpi, if gua akan sejati. Kalau bukan kita habis tu siapa lagi? Nampak macam nanti mada boleh sembang. Kita turun sama, sebab kita nak menang. La 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 la, yeah we made it. La 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 la, survivors. La 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 la, yeah we made it. La 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 la, hit me like.
Tak tunggu, kita terus rembat Bila kita sampai diorang sambut Selalu, ada masalah boleh selesaikan. Masuk dengan kru tak pernah cuai dan langgar semua sampai boleh hilang realiti. Nak bina ruang untuk kita semua bebas lari. Ku tak takut, ku tak gentar. Terlalu buku di dalam game tak boleh bantu. Kau tahu sebab kita takkan berhenti. Aku ada api dalam hati, inilah kita.
La 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 la, yeah we made it.
Survivors.
La 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 la, yeah we made it. La 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 la. Kita percaya pada impian dan sendiri bikin haluan. Semua tinggal tunggu, cuma nak setuju bila kita bersatu. Untuk kau, untuk aku, berdiri teguh hidup kau. Tak pernah berpecah, kita pegang dunia biar semua merasa. Booyah, tak ada cara berhenti. Andai kata jatuh, kita cuba lagi. Tak kisah apa nak jadi, di rumah kita menang takkan henti. Hit me like. Hey, kat sini sekarang. Ambil tempat korang tengok saya penggarang. Hit me like. Come and get it.
Epic and Story Wall completely pinned down as Epic gets rounded out by Shark, but Cobra has the launcher. And Rembo are the last two men alive and play. Oh, he has clear vision of these two guys. It's gonna be an easy picking for him. A couple of taps on the Rizal and a couple more to Rembo will do the job. 0 out with no points in the name. Enough players alive for 14 points. And they will try to take out Ajin forward. Down one. Build Ajin. Hello? Ooh, okay. 13 kills in the bag, and they're gonna go for more. Why not add 4 more onto the tally? Iman trying to run circles around Man 4, but this guy does not miss. Secret with a second knock. That's gonna be Rambo down. He will scramble to find any semblance of life. But it seems like with Epic's presence, it might not be the case. Hero going for a good one onto Neptune as Iman finds him. Next spot. Distance, but look at Iman, he is so quick. The dexterity on this man is unparalleled. The rest of Hero are coming in as well. Green and Rumble, it doesn't feel like they're responding to this. Green and Rumble looks so lost. Green will get a down on shot onto Rise. That's from Epic as Iman will get the nade on X1 as well. Green and Rumble only left with 1. This uncanny passiveness of Green and Rumble is so
That process, right? We want you to try and widen that gap. You see if they're able to get away, but I don't think that's going to be the case. But it looks like Secret Expert did actually clash. Taken survives that fall.
Penuh kuasa, fokus tak dapat tak setiap jam makin menggila. Semua nak gaduh tak henti. Tak takut budak kita bawa parang dekat tepi. Cabaran kita badal, yakini diri kental. Kita lawan dengan style. Booyah, let's crank up the dial. Tak salah mimpi, if gua akan sejati. Kalau bukan kita habis tu siapa lagi? Nampak jam nanti mada boleh sembah. Kita turun sama, sebab kita nak menang. La 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 la, yeah we made it. La 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 la, survivors. La 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 la, yeah we made it. La 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 la, hit me like.
Tak tunggu, kita terus rembat bila kita sampai diorang sambut. Selalu ada masalah boleh selesaikan. Masuk dengan kru tak pernah cuaikan. Langgar semua sampai boleh hilang realiti. Nak bina ruang untuk kita semua bebas lari. Ku tak takut, ku tak gentar. Terlalu buku di dalam game tak boleh bantu. Kau tahu squad, kita takkan berhenti. Aku ada api dalam hati, inilah kita.
La 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 la, yeah we made it.
Survivors.
La 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 la, yeah we made it. La 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 la. Kita percaya pada impian dan sendiri bikin haluan. Semua tinggal tunggu, cuma nak setuju bila kita bersatu. Untuk kau, untuk aku, berdiri teguh hidup kau. Tak pernah berpecah, kita pegang dunia biar semua merasa. Booyah, tak ada cara berhenti. Andai kata jatuh, kita cuba lagi. Tak kisah apa nak jadi, di rumah kita mana takkan hati. Hit me like. Hey, kat sini sekarang. Ambil tembak korang tengok satu garang. Hit me like. Come and get it.
and Story Roll completely pinned down as Epic gets grounded out by Shark, but Cobra has grenade launcher. And Rembo are the last two men alive and play. Oh, he has clear vision of these two guys. It's going to be an easy picking for him. A couple of taps on the Rizal and a couple more to Rembo will do the job. 0 out with no points in the game. Enough players to hide for 14 points. They will try to take out Ajin forward. Down one. Build Ajin. Hello? Okay. Have 13 kills in the bag, and they're gonna go for more. Why not add 4 more onto the tally? Iman trying to run circles around Man 4, but this guy does not miss. Bigly with a second knock. That's gonna be Rembo down. He will scramble to find any semblance of life. But it seems like with Epic's presence, it might not be the case. Hero going for a good one onto Neptune as Iman finds him. Next spot. This is, but look at Iman, he is so quick. The dexterity on this man is unparalleled. The rest of Hero are coming in as well. Freedom Rumble, it doesn't feel like they're responding to this. Freedom Rumble looks so lost. Freedom will get a down on shot onto Rise. That's from Epic as Iman will get the nade on X1 as well. Freedom Rumble only left with 1. This uncanny passiveness of Freedom Rumble is so
What? That context, right? We want you to try and widen that gap. You see if they're able to get away, but I don't think that's going to be the case. But it looks like Secret Expert did actually clash. Taken survives that fall.
Penuh kuasa, fokus tak dapat tak setiap jam makin menggila. Semua nak gaduh, tak henti. Tak takut budak kita bawa parang dekat tepi. Cabaran kita badal, yakini di.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the grand finals of the Free Fire Challengers Series Malaysia Season 1. We started off with 48 teams from the in-game qualifier. 12 titans remain, but only 1 can be crowned the Kings of Malaysia. But we do have a small problem with that though. Too many of these teams have shown that they are worthy of the title. The level of the competition is absolutely supreme, and we don't know exactly who can take the title for themselves. But the one thing that we can guarantee you is you can expect the unexpected. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, alongside the one husky you'll never be able to pet unless you ask really nicely.
I beg to differ. You can pet me anytime you want. But yes, just like AJ said, today is the grand finals. 12 teams, 6 rounds, 3 maps, and only 1 champion. I am super excited to see what is going to transpire. We've seen the league stage. Geek Fam again, excuse me, being the strongest team coming out of the league stage, but we see other close competitors as well. So I want to see whether they are going to be able to keep up with Geek Fam for this grand finals. But of course, we have to give a special shout out to our sponsors, and that is none other than the one and only Yes. So this is sponsored by Yes, who is partnering with Free Fire to allow all survivors in Malaysia to be the first to play on 5G. And there's also a chance to claim an item, a bundle, and play with no data consumption, all for free with the Yes FT 5G Free Fire SIM pack. So what are you waiting for? Pre-orders yours today at first25g.yes.my/freefire. This is how the pros get to the top, and this is your chance to do so as well.
You can have the best strategy, you can have the best of devices, hardware to go out there and wreck your opponents. But if you do not have great connection, then it's going to be a GG at the end of the day. A little too soon back to the lobby, and that's exactly why you got to go and pick up one of those SIM cards for yourself. Today in here with all of these teams being activated on the 5G network as they step on out there to defeat their opponents. Once again, the level of competition in here is absolutely supreme. So close at the top. A few of those teams have already shown us exactly who will be the Titans, but they have been quite equally dominant, switching places with one another. You mentioned Geek Fam. Yes, they were truly triumphant in terms of reaching up to the top, but that was not an easy journey up there for them to pull that back, Husky.
Yeah, definitely not. And of course, we do have something special for you guys, and that is the viewer milestone reward. And of course, for these grand finals, there are 3 different rewards depending on which milestone we hit, but I'm very confident that you guys will be able to do so. There is one for 30k view, and that is going to be the 4x Fiery M1014 box. If we hit 30,000 concurrent views, you are going to be able to walk away with this juicy prize. But that's not all of it. There's even more PCV coming up, and there's one more at 35,000 and one more at 45,000. For the 35,000, it would be the Slither surfboard. So if you fancy yourself some very eye-catching surfboard when you parachute off of the plane, this is the target that we all need to hit together.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you guys just need to break it, right? We need to wreck the record today. 45,000 viewers concurrently through all of our platforms. That is going to be the final goal that we are going to smash. And I'm confident that we will be able to reach there. A lot of you guys have been asking for this prize. And yes, it is exactly what you will get at 45k, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Thailand Championship t-shirt. You get this in-game for you to be able to don this and wreck your opponents out there. Most definitely something that a lot of the viewers want. You survivors can get this. Do help us out as well, right? On the journey to break this record, you guys need to smash that like and share this stream as many times as you can to all of the groups, to all of your WhatsApp groups, your WeChats, anywhere that you see fit, to call your other friends in to join us on this broadcast.
Yep, and it also make sure that if your family isn't watching, this is the time for them to do so as well. Join the Free Fire parade. There's a lot to be uncovered, and this is why we are one of the best games in the world. But right now, we are on our journey to find the best team in Malaysia. Only 2 teams remain untouched by the end of the group stage. One of them was Geek Fam. The other one is Todang, the organization that acquired Argon MY towards the very last week of the league stage. But before we go into all these nitty-gritty details about the teams, we actually have a video coming up, and that is the challenge between Mr. Wagger and our challengers from Free Fire. We've all seen that throughout the group stage. Let's take a look at what's coming next.
And you know, you guys have been participating all throughout the competition so far. As you've been witnessing these videos, we divided it into 3 different episodes. This is the final episode. And as you guys know, if the challenges win, you guys will be able to get all of the prizes that you've already voted for.
Yeah, and of course, one of the hosts is none other than AJ himself. So he has been there on ground for a full day of shoot with these guys. But if you guys are looking for any spoilers, we won't give it to you. In fact, we are here to let you enjoy the show. But this is the final leg of the challenge, right? Mr. Wagger against 4 of the members, 2 of them from Geek Fam, 2 of them from Blacklist International, and they're about to shoot some hoops.
Yeah, even if you ask me exactly who won, I don't remember. And I suffer from short-term memory issues, and I remember things that happened 3 seconds ago, but not 3 days ago. Unfortunately, this one just slipped by, right? The viewership milestone rewards, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys voted for it. Can you guys get it? Will these guys, will the players, will the challengers be able to help you out in terms of activating all of those prizes? We have to see, because, you know, Mr. Wagger, he has been quite solid, and I hear his flippers have been practicing all of these tosses for a while. So this is the game where to see if or not they can score those grenade kills. The grenades have to be lobbed over the glue wall. But in order to make it a little bit more exciting, we are going to be throwing in a few of those challenges from the Wheel of Misfortune before each and every single one of these players play. And it's going to be the 4 players all together going up against the one and only Mr. Wagger Husky.
Yeah, and of course, the first misfortune you see has dawned on our challengers is that he has to be blindfolded. And then all of these players get 5 shots each, and a total amount of 20 shots if they get all of those balls into the hoop, and the final score will be divided by 4, just to make it fair against our dear Mr. Wagger.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they had Orin in here for this game, I'm pretty sure Mr. Wagger would go crying back into his little cave. But unfortunately, it's going to be Akik. And to make matters worse, Akik is blindfolded. The first one goes wide as expected. The second one, on the other hand, Akik proves exactly why Geek Fam is a top dog in the competition.
It's one thing to be able to see your opponents and land your shots, but it's another thing to have that game sense and connect your utilities. And even though he is blindfolded, you know that his spidey senses were tingling the entire time. The third shot does go wide. The fourth one, it seems like it's gonna bounce off as well, and of course it did. It didn't really enter the hoop. And the fifth one, no luck either. But hey, he did get the first point, and that's a good start for the Challengers.
Lightning doesn't hit the same spot twice, as they say. But although I will have a friend who would beg to differ, because Lightning hit his house twice, caused massive destruction. Electrical components all busted up. He will come after me if I go on to repeat that, so I'll take that back. Sometimes Lightning does hit twice. Let's see if or not we will be able to see Geek Fam score a few more of these.
Yeah, and of course the second misfortune is, we talked about this off broadcast. It might not be a misfortune to some. It's just an increased distance, right, between the lobbing point and the hoop. And in this case, all of the challengers were supposed to throw their balls in front of the line, but for our dear challenger right here, he's gonna do it behind the line, which is not too bad, you know, considering that Akik did get blindfolded when he did his.
Yeah, so even when I was on ground, I was absolutely surprised that this was the so-called mishap, right, or the punishment that he had to go through. But as you guys can see, he makes it seem like it is absolutely nothing. As a matter of fact, it is absolutely nothing. He took just one simple step back. So it's not that big of a misfortune, but unfortunately beyond that, it would just be that one that he scores perfectly, followed by none. And so far, it's just the two of those scores for the challenges. None for Mr. Wagger just yet. He hasn't played. Two more of the players are still on standby. You guys just have to stay tuned and catch the second half of this video in a little bit.
Yep, and of course the second half is gonna come up in a couple of games, so do make sure to follow us until the very end to find out if the challengers were able to defeat Mr. Wagger. Obviously, we know the results, but we want to keep it a secret until the very end. AJ probably forgot about it, but it was still fresh in my mind up to this point. With that being said, let us refresh your mind of what is to come in the grand finals of the Free Fire Challengers Malaysia. We slightly talked about both Geek Fam and Toda, two of the untouched teams, and Geek Fam untouched by everyone. Toda can't really get close to Geek Fam, but they also pulled ahead of all the challenges. Obviously, you have the hard hitters like Freedom Rumble and Blacks International, but unfortunately, these two teams fell a bit flat towards the tail end of the league stage. There are also some notable names such as AKO Steady Squad, Superstar Team, but not Superstar for performance throughout the league stage, barely making it into top 10. And you have some new names. Team Princess, a Secret Expert, one of the most impressive fresh bloods in a professional league.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Team Princess most definitely super astounding with their display out there in terms of grabbing the placement points or the kill points or even bagging booyahs, right? 6 booyahs to date. It has been absolutely phenomenal for Team Princess as they break through to the pro leagues, and they are making all of the other teams just doubt themselves just a little bit. But why are these teams so aggressive out there? It is because they want the biggest slice of this pie, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Yes, we did see a total of 125,000 as part of the prize pool. 30,000 of that 125,000 was given out at the league stages. We've got the balance of the 95K to be divided for the grand finals itself, Husky.
Yeah, and of course, the biggest slices of the pie goes to the grand champions, but everyone walks away with some reward by the end of the grand finals. It just depends on how big of a slice they get. Either way, it's already good enough that these guys are in the grand finals. They are officially the top 12 best teams in Malaysia. Now it's time for the final leg. Can the teams who dominated in the league stage carry forward that performance and consistency and perform in the grand finals as well? Or will we see a new victor rise among the ashes?
And that's exactly what we are here to check out, right? Because the competition most definitely has shown that a lot of these teams can strike when they absolutely want to, with a tad bit of inconsistency in there. And how did they reach up to the top? As usual, within all of our leagues, the point system remains the same. If you bag the Booyah, you take back 12 points from that round. Second place gets 9 points, and third spot gets 8 points, and you just minus off 1 point all the way down to the 10th place, where you do end up with 1 point. If you are unfortunate enough to get eliminated in the 11th or 12th spot, you bag 0 placement points. And for each and every single kill that you land, you get to take away 1 point from the lobby.
Yeah, and of course there are teams who are better in terms of surviving, but not as good as getting kills, and there are teams who do the opposite. And if you don't have too much of a survival points in terms of placement points, you can always get enough kills to make out of it. And here are your 12 grand finalists for the final 6 rounds later on. We have AKO Steady Squad, Blacklist International, Epic, EWG, Freedom Rumble, Geek Fam, Icon, Metrics, Secret Expert, Sorry Roar, Team Princess, and Toda. Very hard-hitting teams in this grand finals, and also a lot of impressive fresh bloods. I just pointed out Secret Expert and Team Princess. Sorry Roar, Epic, Metrics, and Icon are a few teams that we don't really talk much about, but they do have some moments of brilliance, and I hope we will be able to see that in the next 6 rounds.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, right? It's all going to be about who decides to throw a wrench in the clockworks just to mess up some of these plays for the top dogs in the competition. You know, you did mention that AKO has been struggling a little bit, although they have a star-studded squad. Mr. D, a part of the team, hasn't really been able to motivate all of them up to the top. But on one final day, 6 rounds will decide everything. Maybe today will be the day that AKO finds their stride. But in terms of the teams that have been dealing the most damage out there on the battlefield, the one that actually surprises me the most is Team Princess. Blacklist International, Geek Fam most definitely expected, Husky.
Yeah, and I think it is very justifiable, right? Team Princess, even though it doesn't seem like they do a lot in most of these rounds, but they do have 2 dynamic duo, Alpha XR and Lux GZ. These 2 have been working in tandem when it comes to all these close quarter combats. They might not have the best snipers, but when it comes down to face combat, Alpha XR and Lux GZ will absolutely deliver. Alpha XR was the first guy from Team Princess who really stepped up to the plate, and followed by Lux GZ, and now these 2 are inseparable when it comes down to those close quarter gunfights. People might wonder, why isn't Freedom Rumble or Todak on this list? Freedom Rumble, super inconsistent. It's a hit or miss. Sometimes they run into a brick wall. Sometimes they were able to break through that obstacle. Whereas for Todak, they are more of a survivor compared to a fighter, which is why we don't see them doing as much damage. But when it comes out to survivors, we don't see Todak either. We see AKO Steady Squad having the longer survival time, followed by Secret Expert and Sorry Roar.
Yeah, surprising, even though AKO Steady Squad does have a lot of survival time out here, holding the record 16 minutes 2 seconds. But overall, on the leaderboards, you see them sitting down at that 9th spot, right? They most definitely have stayed true to this particular title, because a majority of their points do come from placement points. They have been struggling with the kills department. In fact, every single time they've gotten into a skirmish, a majority of the time they walk away heavily wounded, or most of the times back right at the lobby. Sorry Raw and Secret Expert, on the other hand, the 2 teams that you were saying, that we most definitely have not really highlighted all that too much. Secret Expert obviously stealing a lot of the limelight for themselves, a little bit more than Sorry Raw, but these 2 teams most definitely have played such a huge role in the competition so far, just to keep things fresh, especially in that final circle.
And of course, we do have the top weapons from the league stage. Sitting in number 1 is the one and only Fable Mag 7 shotgun, followed by the AC-80 sniper rifle, and of course, in 3rd place is the M1887 shotgun. Kind of a replacement to the Mag 7 if the teams don't get their hands on it. Obviously, one of the biggest differences is that the M1887 only has 2 mags to work with. So you have to really be accurate with your shots. We've seen a lot of cases where players who use this weapon miss their first shot and has to go for a reload, kind of resulting in them getting taken out instead. But overall, we are seeing the evolution of the meta, right? Back then, we would not even see shotguns in this category. We might not even see the rifle. So I'm great that we've moved away from the Vector Akimbo into the shotgun meta, close quarter combat and long range with a bit more balance. But here are our top players, and the number 1 is none other than Orin from Geek Fam, 4 times MVP holder with a staggering 74 total kills and a whopping 40,504 total damage dealt.
And I'm pretty sure a majority of all of the damage came through just purely from those grenades, right? The best grenadier of the competition and solid it with each and every single one of the decision making that he has out there on the battlefield has brought him this title. 74 kills is absolutely insane. And what makes it even crazier is the 4 MVP titles that this guy has decked himself out with. Man 04 sitting down in that second spot proves exactly why Geek Fam has managed to be once again the top dog of the competition. And I really feel like they are not going to allow anyone to take that number one spot away from them at the grand finals here as well. Pedro, one guy that most definitely has hit hard from the start of the competition and hasn't really eased off that much all throughout. But we do expect to see him, getting a little bit of that extra backup from the rest of his Toda squad as well. And I believe Spark has been meeting those requirements quite well, Husky.
Absolutely. And here are our teams to watch for the grand finals. You have Geek Fam, Team Princess, and Todak, essentially the top three by the end of the group stage. But I want to throw in a quick fact. So we saw Orin and Mano for their total kills combined is 139. Geek Fam has a total of 236 kills. So these two already cover more than 50% of the team's total kills during the league stage. And that is why these two are the strongest duo in the entire tournament. Sure, we do have dynamic duo, like you said, Pedro and Spark. We have Alpha XR and Lux GZ. We have Yun and Mios, but no partnership comes as solid as Mano 4 and Orin, and I'm definitely looking forward to see that. Toda, of course, 406 points, 60 points behind Geek Fan by the end of the league stage, but Team Princess came in third with 331, very far from touching even the toes of Toda, and we'll see how this distance is going to affect their grand finals performance. But let's take a look at the schedule. We have all three maps in rotation across 6 rounds, starting with Bermuda, followed by Kalahari, and of course ending with Purgatory. And after that, we will do it all over again. Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, and then we will find out our grand champions.
Yeah, as part of the rest of the things that we do absolutely amazing on all of these Free Fire broadcasts is that we definitely keep a close match onto the schedule. And sometimes we even beat these timings, right? Because it's going to be on a running schedule. So do not miss a single matchup. And do not forget, today's that one day all throughout the Free Fire Challengers Malaysia Season 1, the day that you guys have been waiting for the giveaways as well. Because finally we have the PCV activation right back in the competition as well, Aski.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure a lot of our viewers were asking the same question during the league stage, right? Where's the code? Where's the giveaway? Here it is. We are going to bring it to right to your doorstep if you help us hit that concurrent viewership milestone. Remember, 30,000, 35, and 45,000. And we hit 45,000, you guys will all be walking away with the Thailand Championship jersey in-game. A jersey which is owned by Phoenix Force. You definitely don't want to miss that out. I know I don't.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I just hope that once all of the activation codes are given, I will have enough time to redeem some for myself before it gets closed off. Please, guys, just allow me one slot. But even as I say that, I do understand that, the survivors in Free Fire, if there's one thing that they're extremely quick at, is redeeming all of these giveaways, man. And I don't blame them. The giveaways are absolutely hot, and Free Fire has just stepped it up even further, Aski.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think every time when it comes down to Free Fire, whether it's the league stage or the grand finals, there is always something in store for our viewers, right? Other than the Milestone Awards, sometimes we get to see some incredible highlights during the waiting screen. Even when you look back at the VODs, there are so many moments that you just feel like it ingrains itself in your mind, and you just cannot get it out of your head. But with that being said, I think it's about time we get the grand finals going. We're heading to Bermuda for game number 1. 12 teams are about to drop into this map for their very first skirmish. And AJ, I think it's the best time for us to say, let the games begin.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And as we drop into Bermuda, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, as usual, I'm excited to see who takes advantage of all of these mystery towers that we have present in the game in the recent past, right? Because they have been making such a huge difference in terms of giving you that vertical advantage, that bird's eye view, all out information around you. But you need to know how to use these mystery towers well as well. You need to back away, because once you get caught up top, you are a sitting duck.
Yeah, and we've seen some cases where this mystery towers actually ended up helping a team, but in the loading screen just now, the bonus clip of Living Life on the Edge. We saw Secret Expert getting trapped on the Mystery Tower
Yes.
themselves. One team that I want to look at is definitely Metrics, because they were hot dropping Dua Barade during the league stage. And obviously now they are all alone at Riverside, so we can definitely see the change of pace from this team. But a lot of squads are pretty much spread out, especially towards the west side of the map. So we might be seeing some very early skirmishes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see. Actually, I'm quite surprised to see the decision making from Metrics, right? Because usually when they drop into Bermuda, they love to go towards Mill. But recently, it has also been a spot that Toda has started visiting. So it's quite a bit of a challenge to drop into the map and not really get kicked out. But it looks like each and every single one of these teams in the grand finals have done their homework very, very, very well. The decision making is sound as well, which gives us no skirmishes in the opening seconds. But AKO, as they are standing pretty close to the players of a Secret Expert, hopefully they're not the first ones to kind of go back to that lobby, because this team has been struggling, to say the least.
Yep, and of course on the screen is our PCV. The 30,000 viewer milestone award will entail a 4x fiery M1014 box. So do remember, if we hit that 30,000 view milestone, this is what all of you guys are going to get. But if we go for 35,000, we all will walk away with a slitter surfboard for you to flex that acrobatics in air when you drop down from the plane. And if you want to go a bit further, which is the ultimate target, for 45,000, we will get the Thailand Championship t-shirt, Phoenix Force logo right smack in the middle.
I want the t-shirt, man. I mean, I just want the t-shirt. You guys gotta help me out. Let us hit the 45,000 viewers concurrently all together. Drop that like if you haven't just yet, and make sure you share the stream out, not once, not twice, as many times as you can, but don't spam share, okay? I think 4 or 5 times is the limit. Let's not go more than that. But unless you are sharing multiple platforms, then go ahead. Be crazy, my friend.
Or if you have multiple accounts, just do it as well. You know?
Amen. Amen. Some people have multiple accounts. I don't know why. Perhaps you would like to be an internet troll sometimes, but I would highly suggest you do not be. But if you want to use those multiple accounts for some good, I highly encourage you. Sorry, Raw, Team Princess, early skirmish at the graveyard. One team will be going back to the lobby unless they break away. And that team, a couple of seconds ago, could have been Sorry, Raw. But now, Team Princess, with the way they're taking this attack, they swarm straight on in.
And Donkey just get the first knock onto Ejutsu, a very crucial knock as well. Ejutsu was holding a super important angle on top of the building, and because he is knocked, Sorry Raw has him on lockdown, so Team Princess will be forced to fight with only 3 members left. And I'm not sure how they are gonna siege this building. It feels like Sorry Raw got all the corners guarded, and Team Princess might just need to surrender their buddy. But judging by how open the backs of Graveyard is, Team Princess might just need to force their way into this.
I don't think there's going to be any saving for him. Donkey, Roy Bro right above. And Sorry Raw, they have got a full circle around the situation. Team Princess didn't know exactly what they were stepping on into. And Sorry Raw, they take advantage really well. And just in the corner of the screen, we can see the players of Freedom Rumble inside of a safe zone. They've got information to work with here because of those gunshots early on. But will they try to take advantage as the third party? Each and every single point in these 6 rounds truly matter within the grand finals itself. And Freedom Rumble, being such an aggressive team that we know from the early get-go of the competition, I will not be surprised if they drop by to say hi.
And it's super unfortunate for a team like Team Princess, because they are a team that can play from behind, but you don't really want them to be in this position, because we haven't seen too consistent of a performance when they are put in such a predicament. Thankfully, they still have their dynamic duo alive, and not to discredit Ejutsu in any way, but Alpha XR and Lux GZ always are the ones who make things work. But for Sorry Raw, it is pretty good, considering that people don't pay much attention to them. But when they do, you have to always pay attention to Donkey. He is the one, alongside John, who can get you very miraculous moments if you need it. An interesting fact is also they are fielding a Boy Bro, who we did not see much during the league stage. So I'm very interested to see how this is going to affect the dynamics of the team.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Roy Bro most definitely has had a couple of highlight moments for himself. They were all right situations where, things weren't really going his way. We see him getting bagged a lot. But with this grand finals performance of his with the backup of Donkey, I believe he should be able to hold his own pretty well. Like you said, Donkey, he's one guy who hits hard, but as you guys can see, Freedom Rumble has started taking a couple of pot shots against them as the players of Roybro, as well as Donkey try to circle around Shipyard. Very clearly having a vehicle in hand, and they are not going to be stopped by a couple of stray shots from the players of Freedom Rumble, and they will continue circling in towards the next zone.
Same as GeekFam, they were able to drive past the entire squad of Todak. I believe they at least have 2 vehicles in their possession, and those vehicles survived the initial engage. And you can see at the same time, Sorry Raw, they drove past Freedom Rumble. They also passed by Metrics, who were controlling the hill right beside Riverside. Unfortunately, Metrics, they don't really have access to any vehicles, nor do they have an absurd amount of resources to work with. So they are one of the teams right now who, if they get caught out in the open, they will have very limited resources to work with. As Geek Fam, they get past Todak, they reach the side of the bridge near Cape Town, and they run into EWG.
Okay, and now EWG with the nades being cooked up here. Manchai just needs to be really careful. 2 nades being cooked up right in front of him. No, 5 of those glue walls on his end. 75 HP. The guy nearly gets knocked down. Orin's already cooking up yet another nade to toss towards him, but repositions Manchai does, and he will be able to save himself all of that HP. Fryer's back will not be able to knock a player. Exec almost taken down onto the ground, but manages to get away in the nick of time. And Geek Fam, they back away, but just behind, Epic wanting to say hello as the third party in this situation. EWG can take advantage. Freedom Rumble, on the other hand, taking it up against AKO, and AKO are the aggressors. 2 players down on the ground with 2 fast out. This is gonna be a GG for FRU, and Geek Fam from the back. They shut down the players of Epic one after the other.
Yeah, and GeekFam put to the test right off the bat, but for Freedom Rumble, this is just a horrible opening as Vegeta, he will not survive this. AKO Steady Squad picks up 2 kills, but on the kill feed, we did see, I believe, Man04 meeting his maker as well, thanks to Epic and EWG, like you said, they're about to come in as third party. Can GeekFam get out of this predicament? They surely are the strongest team in Malaysia, but when they are put in such a bad spot, can they come up alive? We're about to find out, because it seems like EWG really wants a piece of the pie. Epic are heavily crippled by Geek Fam, but so far it seems like Geek Fam are still ready to go. Orin is certainly under fire, but he is still pretty healthy.
And they know exactly who they have right in front of them. Coco, unfortunately, will have no backup at that very moment. Monito right in front of him for the side of EWG as they try to encircle the team of a Geek Fam. Oh, Epic shut down by Monito. Smart plays. And now EWG, they will have the task to take on the rest of Geek Fam. And this is not going to be an easy task to accomplish at all. Exec right in front. He backs away from Manchai's shots. Long range, he should be able to play this, but close range. Will Manchai have the artillery on him to shut down his opponent? Jace manages to find Exec. The kill will be coming through in a couple of seconds. A good nade coming out of Orin. He has got a shotgun on him as well, but he will have to back away as 2 players on the side of Geek Fam say goodbye right to the lobby.
Yep, 2 versus 4. Make it a 2 versus 3 as Fikri finds a good one to Monito. They are still trying to hold on. Orin with himself, taking out Jay-Z. Now the fight is even again. EWG with only 2 men left alive. They want to go to back up Jay-Z, but Jay-Z is already dead. Orin making that close quarter combat work, has the inhaler to work with as well. They're running out of utilities, but they do have just enough to survive this onslaught from EWG. And you can see that EWG scrambling to make it out of Cape Town. They have had enough. They know that this fight is over. Geek Fam have survived the initial raid, but knowing Geek Fam, they're not going to allow EWG to walk out of this with their lives, not after what they did to them by taking out 2 of their members. Orange certainly wants to go for the chase, but EWG, they should be safe, at least for now.
Yeah, just with Orin as well as Fikri on their side, this duo most definitely in a great spot to pick up the booyah later on as well. Underban is not going to be an issue, but Toda will drop by to say hello in a couple of seconds. Freedom Rumble taking on Metrics. Clown drops Troop, and they will see another team member of theirs saying goodbye already. Rai as well as Mocha trying to remain standing on their feet with the double vectors in Rai's hand to pick up Troop. It's not going to be too much of an issue at all. Metrics surviving that onslaught that Freedom Rumble wanted to lay upon them.
Yeah, Freedom Rumble out in 11th place. It feels like the curse from the league stage has still not been lifted. But just like you pointed out, Toda, they heard all those noise. They might have missed Geek Fam the first time, but this time they will try to make it count. Spark and Pedro already got huddling up together. Chill is in position as well. They are very well aware that they at least will be one team in Cape Town, and that team will be the biggest fish that they could ever catch. And in the name of Geek Fam might have survived 2 teams, but Todak might be too much to bear. EWG is still around the corner, so it really comes down to who Todak runs into first. If it's EWG, Geek Fam might have a better chance, but if it's Todak, then they are really in for a fight for their lives.
Let's see exactly what Toda has got in store for us. EWG might just be the bait for Geek Fam to back away from the situation. And now, I'm just not sure if not EWG has got information of this. But Spark will be able to spot Orin. Fires down his scope. Will not be able to get the kill as the response to pull up a glue wall is the decision from the side of Geek Fam. But now, the players of Toda, they know exactly where Geek Fam is. They try to close down this position. Now they're going to go in here for a pinch, or will they just send in one player to bait all of their position out through a flank? We will have to wait and see. For the time being, Geek Fam is just staying put. They want Toda to bring this challenge towards them, but I don't think they will be able to survive the numbers here. 4v2, and the position held on by Geek Fam is just a little too wide.
Oh, this is going to be tough, Todak. They are storming the building. They saw that 2 members of Geek Fam died from the kill feed. So this is now or never. If they want to flush out Geek Fam, this is the best chance. EWG failed. Epic failed. But Todak can be the best hope to succeed. They have Pedro in the nade, but he decides against that. Orange nade does go wide as Pedro repositions. But look at the rest of Todak. They are making a lot of noise on that first floor. They know that Geek Fam is trapped out there. And Geek Fam can't really jump out the window. They will just expose themselves to the members of Todak. It is only a matter of time before the fight kicks off. And you can see that Orange, he is in position. Afik, he will be trying to circle the perimeter with his own utilities, but so far, Geek Fam, they are still staying pretty put on that second floor.
Yeah, great decision making by both of these teams in here. The duo right up top with Geek Fam not wanting to drop by downstairs to check out what all of this commotion is about, and Toda not aggressing above. They respect their opponents. Those nades just trying to open up the situation, and finally Spark will drop by upstairs. Fikri just beyond him, and a good glue wall pulled out just for Toda to just close all of this space. Orange starts off with his grenades. Will find absolutely no one, no damage whatsoever, and the guy should just have one more nade in his hand. Pedro will shut down the one and only Fikri. Orin, can he survive with one grenade in hand?
Oh, Orin, he is so dead. Chill is going to find him in the back, but somehow Orin was able to jump out the window, but only to be dunked on by Pedro. They hunt down Geek Fam, and the Kings from the league stage are out in 10th place.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man, but it's the Pedro play, and Toda most definitely picked up the best fishes in here to bet on. They are just striking through each and every single heart out there. Blacklist International, on the other hand, they will have to be careful as they take over control of the Mystery Tower. They have information on Icon as well as Team Princess who are approaching them. Miro, with the opportunity to shut down the players from Icon from above, and maintains trigger discipline. Another team member of his just from the back reporting in with all of that information. As you can see, the safe zones with them as well. So Blacklist International, they have got quite the prime position here.
And you can see that Icons, they will be huddling inside that building, but Blacklist International needs to be careful because there's Team Princess coming in from behind, and sorry, Roar, they ran into Matrix, and Matrix so far has been playing a very sneaky game. They caught Freedom Rumble at the edge of a cliff, and now under the bridge, they are going to run into Sorry Roar, and this time there is no way to avoid this confrontation. It's either Sorry Roar or the Blue Zone, and Matrix, they don't have to just deal with Sorry Roar, they also have to deal with Secret Expert as Icon obliterates the members of Team Princess, 2 of them getting taken out, so Team Princess should only have 1 member left, but our attention will be on Matrix under heavy fire from Secret Expert. That's going to buy a bit of time. Sorry Roar rotating away to deal with AKO Steady Squad as Team Princess will be eliminated by Icon as Mr. D ends up blowing himself up. That is not a good start for AKO Steady Squad, and because of that, Arjimbu also falls victim to Donkey from Sorry Roar. Matrix still somehow able to survive against the onslaught, the barrage of bullets of Secret Expert, but not for long. They just blow through the glue wall, and Troop, he's down. Rai is in danger. AKO Steady Squad out as well as Secret Expert have Matrix pinned down.
What a corner picked up by Mocha, and he strikes back. Ibnu on the ground. Nga on the ground. Mocha, what a play. What a player. And Secret Expert, they struggle against this one guy. Rai, he will be able to pick Troop right back up. And because of Mocha, Matrix still alive and kicking. When he was holding on to that angle without the glue walls, I thought this guy was done so. But no, he punishes and he drops them. Nga on the ground. But a glue wall pulled out by a team member of his will make sure Nga does not get taken out of the equation just yet, and Secret Expert still alive and kicking. They have to shut down Mocha if they want to continue punishing Metrics.
Yeah, it's time to run. Rai's gonna be the first one to go for it. Mocha will stay behind.
Oh,
Mocha
come
with
on.
another one. And this is just
Mocha!
insane. Finally picking up a kill. The second one for Mocha. He still has a lot of health to work with. 2 members of Secret Expert falling victim to just this one member of Metrics. The rest of Metrics, they've already ticked down to the blue zone, and Mocha knows that this is the only way he's gonna survive. Mocha going for the third. Fights for Mocha with a 1 versus 4, acing Secret Expert. An incredible performance from the sniper of Epic. And in the meantime, 5 more teams remain. Blacklist International deals with Icon. Flames gonna burn down to the blue zone as Ali makes it to rejoin Phoenix. Yundas get Miro, but the rest of Blacklist International will wipe out Icon.
Yeah, 4 more teams left on in here. Thoda, Blacklist, Sorry Raw, as well as Metrics. Metrics with just the one and only Mocha still playing survival out there. Is he going to be able to get in towards the next zone, or will he get shut down? He says bye-bye. Thoda within the circle. Nades flying towards the players of Blacklist. Spark now trying to get that shut down. 1 more nade should be able to get it done, but the glue wall's pulled out in the nick of time. What a defense. But he finds the corner, goes in for a double toss, needs another one in there. Pedro finds Cobra, and that's the damage. Blacklist International, they try to back away with the glue walls, but it's the pinch coming through from Thoda, and what a clean slice, and Blacklist International sent back to the lobby.
7 kills for Thoda, 2 more to go from Sorry Raw. They've been playing on the outskirts the entire time, but it's gonna be a 2 versus 4, and Thoda, they smell that first booyah of the grand finals. They're running straight towards the members of Sorry Raw. Donkey in the front line. You can see that Sprout is going to try and overwhelm him. Pedro at the helm as well. Donkey has a couple of glue walls to work with, but Chill will finally find that shot that knocks him down. Jan wants to go for the revive, but he has no time to do so. Pedro will get Donkey down the second time, and of course Todak starts off the grand finals with an amazing booyah. 9 kills in the bag, and the Swordfishers are here to play.
Oh my goodness, who else than the one and only Pedro to pick up the very first MVP of the day? Once again, one of the best acquisitions all throughout Free Fire that we have witnessed so far. This one most definitely was a great pick by Thoda, and it just looks like the Blue Sharks of all have evolved into a much more dangerous fish out here in the ocean.
Yeah, and of course we did see Metrics also dealing a fatal blow to Secret Expert. Just Mocha single-handedly wiping out the entirety of Secret Expert, a team that we thought is going to make it until the end. And I know in that excitement I accidentally called out Epic, but that was my bad. It was actually Metrics Mocha who made it happen. And I mean, it really stings if you're a Secret Expert fan, because they had every possible advantage and they all lost to a one-man Mocha. And that is definitely one of the highlights for round number 1, but we cannot overlook the fact that Todak started off on a high note. Geek Fam out in 10th place. What better way to kick off the grand finals?
Absolutely, man. And you know, we definitely need to highlight Metrics a little bit more alongside with Mocha, because you need true game sense. You need true game experience to understand the mechanics as well as the angles within Free Fire itself to know that you don't need to pull out a glue wall in that position that he was sticking to with, right? Because he had the glue wall, he just didn't play it. And why didn't he play it? Because he just wanted that one perfect angle where he will be able to take the shots but not be fired back against. And what a sniper he was at that spot, not allowing any one of those Secret Expert players to step on out. The blue zone, of course, is just helping out just a little bit, as the safe zone always should, bringing on the pressure towards the Secret Expert players, managing to knock one down as well. And the rest, it was just Mocha, man, solo with all of that pressure played. And the rest of his team members just had one job: survive. They couldn't cut that much, Husky.
Yeah, and even though they ended up bowing out to the blue zone, but they did severe damage to the potential of Secret Expert. Let's take a look at the highlights. We started off with Freedom Rumble off to a very underwhelming start. It's kind of what we've been seeing in the group stage. Obviously, at this point, Epic have already been knocked out by EWG. Freedom Rumble running into Metrics underneath this bridge beside the cliff. They also got annihilated, but not before they took one of the members with them. Doesn't matter though, because Metrics stay alive here. They went on to perform one of the most insane miracle plays in the entire round number 1. Geek Fam subsequently getting flushed up by Todak, who eventually became the Booyah winner of round number 1. But I must say that some teams that we expect to make it until the end definitely did. Todak and Blacklist did that, but let's just savor the moment by Mocha, who single-handedly was able to wiped the floor clean with the members of Secret Expert.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. This was just such a stellar solo play coming through from this guy. Unfortunate that the rest of Team Metrics couldn't play survival. And in fact, as he was doing all of that gameplay of distraction and fighting down Secret Expert, they should have just played that momentum for themselves, get to the zone. At least they could have done for the team is just play the game of survival to pick up the placement points and allow Mocha to, I feel bad for saying this, but die a miserable battle death outside of the zone, but picking up those important kill points, right? Because you're not going to be able to strike very big when you drop into the deep waters, especially with the fishes like Toda swimming around in there. Sorry, Raw, moving up to that second spot, but obviously nobody's going to be touching the big fishes in here today. Toda with 9 kills, the most within the first lobby, picks up the booyah for themselves, 21 points overall. Metrics quite a long way away from them in the third place with 5 kills overall. And Mocha, a lot of the thanks has to go to him in terms of the placement points or the kill points that they've managed to garner for themselves. 12 points overall. EWG and Blacklist International in the 4th and 5th spot equal with 10 points.
Yeah, and of course in 6th we have Icon with 9 points, Geek Fam in 7 with 6, AKO Steady Squad in 8th place with 5 points, Secret Expert following in 9 with 4, Team Princess in 10th place with 2 points, Freedom Rumble starting off with only 1 point, and Epic unfortunately runs into the meat grinder. They tried to backstab Geek Fam, but they ended up getting punished. Geek Fam is one of the teams that if you want to go for a shot, you best not miss, and Epic completely with theirs. And this is the standings for now. But remember, guys, after round 1, only 5 more rounds remain, and with Todak in a pretty commanding lead with 21 points to kick off the night. We have a grand finals on our hands, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Geek Fam, they did fall early this time around, but I'm pretty sure they resonate with the words of Mahatma Gandhi. He said, "We may stumble and fall, but shall rise again. It should be enough if we did not run away from the battle." Geek Fam, they stood their ground. They took on 3 teams back to back, and obviously the final team that they went up against, they were outnumbered, first of all, and it was not going to be an easy fight all throughout. And the utilities had already been used up. Orin, he only had 3 of those grenades on him. It was not the best of situation. But Geek Fam are not ones to run away. They stood and fought. But when you fight against the titans like Toda, who are just bringing in confidence right now after being acquired, they now have got the confidence of the trust of others being placed in them as well. You're clearly seeing it do so much of positive out there on the battlefield, Askey.
Yeah, absolutely. And you pointed out early on during the pre-show that Dodak made the best team acquisition. They were able to pick up Argon and Y. And even though the roster went through a bit of a change, the core is still there, right? The soul of Todak still remains. Sparks and Pedro, and those two, of course, were the fitting members to get the booyah for the team in round 1. Let's take a look at the MVP. Even though Todak got the booyah, you have to give credits to Mocha from Metrics. All 5 kills that Metrics got, thanks to Mocha himself. Single-handedly mopped the floor with Secret Expert, and even though they didn't get the best placement, they certainly went out like heroes.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. This guy was a stellar player out there within round 1. Hopefully we get to see Metrics perform in a similar fashion all throughout the competition day in here today, because God knows they need it, right? Because Metrics, this is the team that finished off the league stages in the 12th spot. They scraped through, man. They made it through with just, the breadth of a hair, and Mocha making the whole squad really proud. But like we emphasized earlier on as we were watching the downfall of Metrics, the rest of the team members, they need to step up. Decision making from Mocha was solid, but the rest of them, they just played that situation a little bit too slow. They had the bridge to the advantage. They could have used it for a little bit more cover. The only difficult part of that was getting to the other side. Mocha played a lot of pressure, but it was just the timing that was just a little bit off. Hopefully, that gets fixed in round 2. We only have 5 more of these left.
And you also have to remember that Metrics was the team who, even though they barely scraped into the 12th place, they were very creative in terms of achieving that, right? They hot dropped Dua Barade in the second last day for all 4 rounds. They only lost 1 of the fights, but it was enough. And the last day, they completely avoided any sort of confrontation and played the placement game. So if Metrics isn't the best fragging team, they certainly are the most creative ones.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it's probably all of the tenacity that they bring in here with really, really good internet connection, Husky.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, the party that provides us with is none other than, yes, we're partnering with Free Fire to allow all survivors in Malaysia to be the first to play on 5G, a chance to claim an item, a bundle, and play with no data consumption, all for free with the Yes FT 5G Free Fire SIM pack. So pre-order yours today at first25g.yes.my/Free Fire. Because if
And
you
you
can have
will-
the best skill,
Yeah.
but if you don't have that 5G, you might struggle a bit against those who do.
And you'll never be one of those people that complains about these huge updates that comes in season after season, man. I mean, with no data consumption at all, if you played, this is a no-brainer for me, Husky. You guys have to just jump on, get a SIM card for yourself. I know I'm gonna get one for myself on my iPad really soon because I want to go crazy with Free Fire.
Yeah, if you saw Mocha do that 1v4, you know he's on that Yes 5G, so you gotta go for it. But other than the Yes SIM card, you also have to help us hit that concurrent viewer milestone. We have 3 for the grand finals. The first one is 30,000. We will give you the 4 times fiery M1014 box. But if you go further, you put in more effort and we hit 35,000. Oh, let me tell you, we have a surfboard for you, and it will be this little surfboard which you can flex when you drop out of the air from that plane. Yeah, it might draw some attention, but hey, at least you can proudly say that you contributed to this to achieving this goal. But if you want to go a bit further, which I encourage you to, let's go for 45,000, because we will be able to all walk away with the Thailand Championship T-shirt, Phoenix Force logo right smack in the middle. And if we hit 45,000, we unlock all of the rewards.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, you will face a huge smile on all of our faces, the faces of your friends, the faces of the other survivors who are trying to achieve this exact same milestone with you guys. We have most definitely been smashing all of our goals back to back to back every single time we drop in here with a competition for Free Fire. Hopefully this time around it's no different at all, right? Don't forget to drop that like and make sure you share this stream multiple times, not just this broadcast, regardless of the platform that you're watching from, but all of the other platforms as well. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. Just look for us, hunt us down, Google us up, and share all of the streams out. And I'm pretty sure we'll be able to reach those numbers before we even get to the 4th game, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we do have a lot more coming up in this grand finals. Not just the rewards, it's not just the SIM card that we've been preaching to you because it's just that awesome. It's also, we have the final episode of the challenge between our Free Fire players and Mr. Wagger, which will be played throughout the grand finals. But of course, before we get to that, we still have to go through some games, and that means we are heading towards Kalahari, away from Bermuda and its mystery towers. Let's go to the open desert of Kalahari, where Refinery and High Ground will be the name of the game. And of course, I've said this a lot of times, Blacklist International's favorite map. Unfortunately,
Absolutely.
they haven't been performing too well on it, so we'll see if they can reclaim this land as their own.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Good evening. As we will be walking you through this game, this is your Casta Mustachio speaking, and we would like to welcome you all to Flight Kalahari. We will be entering the map very soon, and of course, as we cut through from the north all the way down towards Stone Ridge, a lot of these teams will be looking to find a good spot, and the local weather station predicts a massacre out of Blacklist, and Geek Fam most definitely will be seeking revenge as well.
Thank you very much to our anchor AJ. My name is Husky on the field, on ground, and what we are looking at right now is AKO Steady Squad dropping towards the Mammoth. Pretty much spread out. We do have Metrics at Refinery, one of their favorite spots, but we'll see what's going to happen because Metrics taking control of Refinery does give them an edge in terms of a high ground advantage. We do discuss about that a lot, but you can see that AKO Steady Squad, they love Mammoth, and Mammoth is a place that has a lot of open space, but also gives you decent resources to work with as long as you're uncontested. Fortunately for these guys, not many teams like to come to Mammoth early on.
Yeah, and as usual, Stone Ridge will be the place where Geek Fam goes in there for a drop. Nobody's going to be approaching their situation, and I'm just curious as to how that rotation in towards that first circle is going to be for them, because it just looks like there will be heavy competition around their spot. Toda, on the other hand, will be dropping into the maze, as this is a spot that they are comfortable with. And once again, we have to highlight the fact that all 12 teams within the Free Fire Challengers Malaysia Season 1 have done all of their homework, right? You do not see hot drops, you do not see teams over-aggressing, but I do not expect this to last all throughout the day, because just like what we saw Metrics do to Dua Berade, you are going to have some teams later on within the competition itself understanding that they need to get aggressive, they need to feed on some of these teams, and very clearly we will be able to confirm some of these drop spots for them to pull off a planned attack later on, Husky.
And you just have to wait and find out which team is the most hungry in this grand finals. And certainly it will be teams such as Geek Fam and Freedom Rumble, who are currently at the bottom half of the leaderboard. Especially the toughest one has to be Freedom Rumble and Epic, right? One with Freedom Rumble with 1 point, Epic with none. But Geek Fam, despite a slightly mediocre opening round in the grand finals, they still stick to their guns and go for this 2-2 split. A very staple move from Geek Fam, where they cover a lot of ground, gather those resources. But like you said, these teams have done their homework, and Geek Fam knows that they are safe.
Yeah, I talked about, stumbling, falling, rising again, but as long as they didn't run away from battle. But Geek Fam also a team that truly understands that he who fights and runs away may turn and fight another day, but he that is slain in battle will never rise to fight again. So they are going to be playing this pretty safely until they can secure those confirmed points for themselves. I don't expect them to get over aggressive, even though they are seeking revenge within round number 2. It all has to be calculated, a risk that they take for themselves. Team Princess, on the other hand, I'm not sure how many of these players are on their side, but potentially a vehicle now on the approach towards... Nope, it's not. It's just the one and only Jimmy Neo. Shark has got the eyes on him, takes those shots. Jimmy Neo responds, such quick reaction, and the glue wall will be pulled out, but it's a 2-on-1 situation. Shark will go in to look for Jimmy Neo, pulls out the time turner as well, has to depend on a little bit of backup from the rest of his team members as Ijat will fire from across to give Jimmy Neo a little bit of that backup.
Yeah, and Jimmy Neo decided to just jump down and maybe scrape his ankles a bit, but he was able to survive with his life. Very clutch coming in from the rest of Team Princess. If they were not there, Sorry Rob would have went for the kill. This is the second time that these two teams run into each other at the beginning of the round. It did happen just now in Bermuda, where Sorry Rob were able to take out Ejat, as the first victim, and of course afterwards Team Princess got hung out to dry. But second time around, thankfully for Team Princess, they will be able to walk out with all 4 members alive, and Jimmy Neo was super prepared for that, and thanks to Ejat, who didn't really get to play on Bermuda, the whole team will live to fight another day.
It looks like Team Princess might just go in here for the hunt after the players of Sorry Raw. Sorry Raw backs away. The first circle obviously is not going to be too far from them, but they will have to be careful with the steps that they take towards Council Hall. Surprisingly, Team Princess, they didn't want to fight Epic over at Council Hall. They changed their drop spot over towards Oldhampton and towards Shrines, and on the approach earlier on was where we saw the team of Sorry Raw start that engagement off. Blacklist International, on the other hand, Secret Expert right in front of them. Phoenix has got eyes on Pa Haji. We saw that movement earlier on, and Secret Expert, they have got eyes on these players as well. The skirmish, I do not anticipate it to start very early on. Both of these teams, they want to survive in there towards that final circle. In fact, all of these teams do, but it's the decision making that we've seen from these two teams that have brought them quite far.
Blacklist International, they do have a reputation of being a team that might not perform the best during the league stage, but come grand finals, they will show you the best possible free fire performance, and they have done it. They have bagged a championship title before. Maybe this is gonna be it. First round, not too kind to them. They didn't get too much kill points. Hopefully, this is gonna be a bit better. Icon, Firing, and members of Torak, who did drop a couple of glue walls, as we can see from afar, and with that, they should be safe. You can actually see the models of Torak just running across that freeway. They are a bit tiny, but Icon decides that it's not worth their resources as of now. Blacklist International continues to hold on to their respective compound, not really engaging with any members of Secret Expert. And as I say that, Phoenix might have just stirred the hornet's nest.
Now, with all of those early shots, Phoenix just thought that he could find that guy running out there on the battlefield, but he did have a little bit of backup, and now 2 of those players, they get away a little too far for Phoenix to be able to get those accurate shots. Pahaji is in a great position to punish Phoenix, but as knowing Blacklist International, they play the buddy system just as good as Geek Fam. He will have that backup. He will get picked up in the nick of time. Nothing for Blacklist to worry about. But it's all about Pahaji's ability to hit down, strike down the player that comes in there for the save. if at all that happens, is what is going to be giving Secret Expert that momentum, just equal to what Mocha was playing earlier on as that sniper. But obviously, all of those situations will not be continuing to break down as Blacklist International backs away from the battle. They pull away, and now Secret Expert, they have to deal with Freedom Rumble. Too Fast GG immediately fires up against them. Secret Expert has this information. How will they respond?
And Freedom Rumble so far has not been super convincing with their performance. Even the first round of the Grand Finals felt a bit lackluster. With Freedom Rumble, they stick to their identity. They go for those skirmishes. They play as aggressive as we know them to. They haven't been finding good results with it, and it is starting to get a bit concerning, especially when the Grand Finals is on the line. And so far, we are seeing them hold back their horses a bit. They are pulling the reins on themselves and making sure that no one goes out of line. Sure, Too Fast, he did fire, a warning shot, but that's pretty much it. The Freedom Rumble, we know, probably would have tried to go for more.
Yeah, this is what I love about Geek Fam, right? They drop in towards Stone Ridge, and then they make that quick rotation over, continuing their looting process all throughout the competition. And what they just want for themselves is just to continue picking up all of the utilities as well as lethals that they can bring into full use later on. But as they are continuing this pace, Secret Expert... What's the deal with Secret Expert, man? They keep moving, and they keep coming across all of these other teams. This is just not their lobby, is it? Just Luck, Lady Luck, just not looking at them and smiling.
I'm telling you, Secret Expert and Geek Fam, they go a very long way back, right? We've been talking about this the entire league stage, where every time Geek Fam goes up against Secret Expert just could not overcome them. They lose the final circle, they lose the 4v4. Regardless, even when they have a numbers advantage, they still could not get rid of Geek Fam. This is like a good anime arc where the protagonist keeps beating, the antagonist keeps beating the main character down. And Secret Expert, they gotta try and do something about it. And seeing how game one wasn't really the round that they were looking for, thanks to Mocha, they probably won't take a too aggressive stance. And despite Exec firing some shots at them, I don't expect Secret Expert to make any moves unless they are forced to.
Yeah, danger zone right above them as well. Secret Expert can't really rotate around from the position that they're holding on to. They fire back towards Exec, which is quite the good decision to make at that point. But they now need to back away from this situation. They do not know that it is the players of Geek Fam right in front of them. But if there's anything Secret Expert knows, is that they need to play survival. And this is where the gods of RNG just tempt them to stay put by giving them the circle, telling them that they do not need to move away. My sons, you need to move.
And guess what, AJ? We are pretty deep into the round, 10 minutes in, and everyone is still alive. 48 players on the field. It's getting a bit too crowded for all of these guys. Someone has to go back to the lobby, and we have yet to see that first blood. Perhaps it will come in the form of AKO taking on Freedom Rumble as command post, one of Freedom Rumble's favorite spot, overrun by AKO Steady Squad. It feels like Freedom Rumble never had too much intention of taking control of this area. Pretty surprising, considering they've been doing that the entire league stage, and even before FFCM, during FFMC, during MCP, Freedom Rumble always like command post. And this is definitely a different approach.
And now Freedom Rumble, they can't focus in on AKO just yet. They were keeping an eye on Secret Expert earlier on. And a great point you brought up, Husky. 10 minutes in, we've got 12 teams still alive and kicking 48 players in Kalahari. Dude, this map is small. And on top of that, the vertical advantage that this map just kind of gives the teams. And, 5 meters from where you stand, you move to the left, you're on a totally different elevation within the map itself, right? That's how crazy Kalahari is. You just need to have full map awareness all throughout. Because when things get a little dicey, when you get nervous and you're scrambling out there for a safer spot, if you don't know where you're running, it just can mean the end of the game for you. Icon now just holding on to a tiny little corner here, finding a foxhole, fires from across. Mantai and Jace on the ground. Flame shuts down Jace as well. Icon, what a strike!
And that is just perfect patience. Yun already had their crosshair, but they didn't fire until the rest of the team was ready. And when they do, they unleash a barrage of lead that just EWG could not deal with.
And I just love how Icon approached that. Sure, they only got 1 kill, but that certainly was a surprise to EWG, who were not prepared at all. And because of that, they did alert Metrics from the low ground, and now Icon, they put themselves in a position where they have to fight their way out. Was that a good decision? We're about to find out, because Metrics, they certainly can fight back because they are in the circle. Icon has to run towards them. Team Princess is now behind. Icon, they also have EWG, which they did cripple early on, but Team Princess, they are here to play, and Mio is going to need to be that first contact with Aegis. They're going to swing with 2 members. A Luxury from afar somehow takes down Flame. Aegis still makes it out alive with those blue walls. Team Princess, they're still standing strong. Green Archer coming to Mio with a good swing from behind, takes down 1 Aegis. Sees the rest of Team Princess. They're all jumping around. You with a grenade onto Alpha XR. Team Princess falling apart. Alpha XR deleted from the game as Team Princess. They're left with 2 more members. Mio's go for a third. New Boy chips in as well. Jimmy Neo on the ground. Team Princess, they are completely crippled. Lux GZ is the last survivor, but I don't think there's any much more that they could do. Grapple from Mio to revive his buddy, and they survive the fight against Team Princess.
You really need to go out there. You really need to loot up those grapple hooks, man. It makes such a huge difference in Kalahari, just like how those beetles make a difference out there on Bermuda or Purgatory. And now, new boys. Let's see exactly how the rest of these players from Icon will complete this run as they hunt down for Lux. Mio has found his head, will not be able to strike hard, but those couple of shots will be forcing him to reposition himself. Lux will continue playing the game of survival, and as Icon, you just need to focus in on finding the next zone, because the longer you waste out here, the harder it is going to be out there later on, and you are now going to get gate capped. And if you take a straight way in, we see Metrics waiting right in front to pick up those kills. This is not going to be easy for Icon at all, but as we jump on over to Thoda, it's the fight between the top dogs of the competition. Geek Fam, they come in here for a little bit of revenge. This time, it's 4 on 4. Let's see if they pull it off.
And here they come, Chill, taking a lot of damage, but they also have to worry about Secret Expert, who can third party from long range as well. Spark with a couple of glue walls to work with. 4 more to go as Geek Fam, they're about to swing the corner. Spark does get the dog, but Orange lands a good nade onto Chill as well. Oh, huge nail on Orange! The Grenadier of Geek Fam shines through once more. And Todak, they all fall. They do take 1, but Geek Fam takes all.
Oh, Pedro, what a strike, but it just wasn't enough as Thoda, they bite the bullet this time round. A 4-man full squad Geek Fam. They are absolutely dominant now. It's going to be Icon dropping one after the other, and Lux will be able to secure a revenge shot, and he will be able to pressure them. Yun from afar. Is he going to be able to now get picked right back up? He needs to be able to help the rest of his team members. Pulls out those glue walls, and as he tries to pick up New Boys Flame, he will not be as lucky. New Boys tries to get away. Yun shut down as well. And Lux, he did pay some dividends towards that final battle as well. Talk a little bit about some sweet revenge, Asuke.
Yeah, and it's best served with a knockout blow. Lux has to brave the blue zone for now, and let's see how long he can survive that with the car resources that he have. Probably not much as he surrenders himself to the blue. Kind of what we expected from that last-ditch effort to get a couple of points, and he certainly did. Freedom Rumble will be the next obstacle that a couple of teams need to go through. Metrics, EWG, and AKO Steady Squad, they're all staring at the same team.
Blacklist International inside of the next circle already, but they do not have a compound for themselves. In fact, this next circle is just going to be an open plains for the taking, which is super rare when you drop into Kalahari, right? All of the elevations from compound to compound, as we were talking about earlier on, just no longer a situation in here, which means if you were a team that was focusing on picking up all of those utilities and lethals, you will be lucky in this final circle. And with Blacklist International hitting hard earlier on, Epic finds them. Ali and Phoenix on the ground. My goodness, Epic catches them with their guard down. And Blacklist International, all the response comes through as Miro finds a nade on Coco. Kepa will be able to deal the finishing blow to a player from the side of Blacklist, but the damage has already been done. And now, when you stir the Hornet's Nest, they come back in here for a little bit of revenge. Miro will be able to knock down Kepa. Ashen down. Cobra brings out the grenade launcher as well. And Epic says goodbye. Back to the lobby you go.
Oh, Cobra with the grenade launcher clutching a huge, but on the other side, we have EWG about to run into AKO's Data Squad and Freedom Rumble as well. Metrics joins the fight. We got 4 teams in the same compound. This is more than just a party. This is a absolute bloodbath as Roll does down Phoenix. We're gonna see Metrics take out Cobra as well. EWG runs into the building, trying to challenge Freedom Rumble. Hit on. Tuat does get knocked down by Cloud's Nate. They do break the blue wall, but there's a lot of layers to that, and Cloud will find Mantai as well. They do finish him off, and EWG is only left with Monito, who was able to bring Claw back up on his feet, but Freedom Rumble, they're about to get cleaned up by AKO's Data Squad, who comes into the party as well, but thankfully is only too fast to get knocked down. He will be picked back up by Clowns in the circle. Look at where it is, right in the middle. No one is occupying that space.
This is what we were waiting for AKO to finally rise up to the top. Secret Expert, on the other hand, as they take on Sorry Raw, they will be able to shut them down in that 8th spot. And Ibnu will get picked right back up as EWG focuses in on AKO now. AKO, they do not have the circle on them. They strike right back, and Freedom Rumble finds EWG from the back. Tua, not very lucky as his name says. AKO, on the other hand, pressured by this blue zone, will have to move on in. But Freedom Rumble, too fast, cooking up that grenade, gets dropped onto the ground. Tua, low on HP, gets finished off, and Clowns will be able to pick up the kill point for his squad. 4 more teams left in here. Geek Fam falls as well to the zone. Too fast, GG on the ground. Secret Expert still alive and kicking. No Geek Fam to stop them. No Man 04 to make sure he does not aggress on. AKO steady squad slain by Secret Expert. Who else, they ask, as Freedom Rumble stands before them.
Oh, this is gonna be crucial for Secret Expert. Can they do this? So there's a full team alive. 4 versus 3. The numbers are in their favor. Freedom Rumble on that freeway, not much space to work with. Clowns takes out Bakaji and Secret Expert. They want to trickle in, take her down as well. Oh, Freedom Rumble, this is their chance to shine. They might not have shown during the league stage, but the grand finals might be done. But Gina does it from behind, and Freedom Rumble finally scores a home run. That is the booyah for Freedom Rumble, and it's exactly what's going to propel them to greater heights. Freedom Rumble wins round 2.
Oh, Vegeta with the final slay. Clowns picks up the MVP, and Freedom Rumble, consistency or not within the league stages, it's all about what happens in the final 6 rounds of the grand finals. And with Freedom Rumble hitting hard in round number 2, it looks like they want to propel themselves up to the top, but they just have to be careful. They just have to play this slow. They cannot get overexcited just yet. 4 more rounds in here, and we've seen this in the past, man. We've seen them hit hard, and we've seen them get punched right back hard in the face as well, Husky.
And I'm just very excited to see what the overall scoreboard is going to be, because Toda, they start off round 1 with 21 points, but they did get knocked out by Geek Fam. So this will cause a major shakeup in the leaderboard. Geek Fam, they ended going out in 5th place. That was the best they could do. The blue zone ended most of these teams. But what I want to really put emphasis on was certainly Freedom Rumble, who had to hold back at least 3 different squads. They came out of that alive. They had to fight into Secret Expert, and they ended up winning.
Oh yeah, and it's just lucky that Too Fast GG didn't really get taken down too early. Yes, he was knocked down, but the save definitely was there as Ibnu found the last player of the side of EWG, and it was a situation that was handled quite well by Freedom Rumble. It's all about the decision making, right? They didn't really rush in circle after circle. They quite honestly couldn't as well, because if they were the first ones in there, we talked about this, the final circle was just way too open. The first ones out there would just be sitting ducks out in the open, who will be wasting way too much of their glue walls. But once again, it was the patience and the absolute surgical strike by Icon to kick this fight off against Team Princess that was just so sweet to watch, Husky.
Yeah, and you really have to admire how Icon was able to get the drop onto Team Princess. I feel like it's a bit of misstep from Team Princess themselves. Sure, they got revenge in the very end, but it could have been a bit more well thought out. We can see that the members of Team Princess were very much spread out. Obviously, Icon knew that they won't be able to proceed without taking on Metrics, and with no glue walls to work with, it was an easy firing range for Metrics to deal with. You have Secret Expert on the other hand, also putting out some numbers on their own. They were able to overcome Sorry Roar at the cost of none. But this is where things get very hairy, right? The blue zone forcing everyone to run towards safety. A lot of them book it. They either ended up getting knocked out by the blue zone or getting picked up by a different team. And unfortunately, despite Secret Expert being the first one to touch that finishing line, they were not able to cross it. It was Freedom Rumble who did that.
Yeah, and it was quite tough for the players of Secret Expert as well because a lot of the utilities had already been expanded earlier on before getting into the final circle. But, you know, Freedom Rumble, they were in a similar situation as well. The only big difference between the two teams were coming down to those gun skills, right? Mechanical capabilities, Freedom Rumble, they strike and they strike hard. If anything, Secret Expert, they found it quite tough to find those skills even during the league stages, really depending on the placement points. But if you're going to play that game in the grand finals, I do not blame you as long as you get to that final circle and just pick up a couple of kills. So Secret Expert doing it right, but Freedom Rumble, of course, with the 22 point, just outdoing their previous friends who picked up the booyah by 1 point, 12-10. Toda not going to be happy about this at all, but it's all about the rest of the 4 matches, how they end up. Metrics, you talk about consistency, right? 3rd spot this time round, 12 points overall. Geek Fam getting 10 points out of this round with the 4th spot. AKO Steady Squad and Blacklist International in the 5th and 6th position with 9 and 8 points consecutively.
And of course, in the second half of the scoreboard, we have EWG in 7th place with 5 points. Icon making it out with 4 points in 8th place. Team Princess picks up some scrap and gets themselves 3 points alongside Epic and Sorry War, all of them tied for 9th place. And of course, we have Toad Up, who ran into Geek Fam but were not able to beat Geek Fam a second time. They only got 1, and that 1 point is from taking out, I believe, one of the members from Geek Fam. It's a fair trade, but considering how they were able to get the booyah in round 1, this certainly is a minor disappointment.
Absolutely, man. I just want to call it as just one moment of weakness for the side of Toda as they try to strike once again. They just did not expect it to be the players of Geek Fam to be the ones in front of them. And the moment Geek Fam knew exactly who it was, they just fired themselves up. Toda, they did manage to get the booyah in that first round, but it was undone by Geek Fam as they found their revenge in that second round. And Freedom Rumble picked up the pieces in Kalahari as they maintained consistency towards that final circle. But will these two teams be able to keep up their consistency? Because like how we opened up the day and we talked about this, a lot of the teams have proven themselves to be worthy of being called the Kings of Malaysia. Yeah. Who will it be to rise up to the top? Do not forget to share your thoughts with us as well. Let us know in the comment section who you think will be able to grab that #1 spot today.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so refreshing to see Freedom Rumble on the map recap, right? It felt like we have missed them for so many weeks. And it is definitely a touching moment. But let's take a look at the MVP for round number 2. Is none other than Clowns. 4 kills, 1 assist. Very mediocre hit rate of 41% and just 1,590 damage. But in the grand scheme of things, amongst all those chaos, he was able to hold his ground. And he was one of the big reasons that Freedom Rumble stayed alive until the very end with 3 members, right? He was getting his teammates back up on their feet when Too Fast got knocked down. He was backing out his teammates when they were getting bomb rushed by teams trying to outrun the blue zone. Clowns definitely pulled his weight when it mattered the most.
Yeah, the numbers are not very convincing out there on the board, but it was just like what Husky said. It was the plays that he brought into that particular matchup that made sure he can pick up the MVP title for himself. Of course, a lot would have preferred to see Too Fast GG up top, but then the guy just wasn't finding those nades this time around. Let's see if or not Freedom Rumble will continue to hit hard, as that 1 point that they did manage to take more than Toda makes the difference in terms of that second or third spot. Metrics with just a 1 point extra. And this is where we talk about consistency, right? Maintain consistency. You don't have to score a booyah. You just have to get to that final zone. You just have to play your cards right. And Metrics, the team that scraped through to the grand finals in the 12th spot, sitting down in that #1 spot. And Metrics, my boys, just do not let this play falter. Make sure you can keep this up all the way through, because as these big fishes like Toda go out there on the hunt for smaller prey, Metrics can stay focused on the main goal of the day, which is to become the next Kings of Malaysia. Secret Experts taken down in the 4th spot with 19 points, and just behind them, Blacklist International in the 5th place with 18 points. My goodness, what's up with this competition, man? Just 1 point divides all of these teams. Sorry, Roy, in the 6th place with 17.
Yeah, and Geek Fam in 7th with 16, EWG in the 8th place with 15, as we -1 for AKO Steady Squad in 9th place with 14, followed by Icon in 10th place with 13. The only 2 teams who are not really in contention are Team Princess and Epic. Team Princess with only 5 points, and Epic at the bottom with 3 points. 1 point separates 10 teams, well, almost 10 teams. which is kind of a shocker, right? I don't think we've
Yeah.
ever gotten a grand finals like this in any level of competition, at least in this MCP or Southeast Asia region. This is definitely a first, and the most surprising part is Metrics sitting at the top. Obviously, there are 4 more rounds to come, but the fact that Metrics was able to pull ahead out of all the teams available really shows that they could be the team that completes a Cinderella run.
Yeah, and you know, at the opener, once again, we convinced the audience. We told them that we have a huge problem in here today because a lot of teams have shown that they're worthy of the title of being called Kings of Malaysia. But the level of competition in here has just put us in a situation, Husky, where it's just so difficult to predict who's going to be able to reach up to the top. And the one thing that we can guarantee everyone is to expect the unexpected. And the unexpected is exactly what we get. But how are these teams able to rise up to the top so easily, hit those shots with perfect accuracy, Husky? There must be something even better, even further than the strategy or the hardware that they use.
Yeah, and when everyone asks me if I want more Free Fire, I always say yes, and at the same time, it is yes who is sponsoring us and partnering with Free Fire to allow all survivors in Malaysia to be the first to play on 5G, a chance to claim an item bundle and to play with no data consumptions, all for free with the Yes FT 5G Free Fire SIM pack. So pre-order yours today at first5g.yes.my/Free Fire to get access to 5G internet and no consumptions, no data consumptions for Free Fire. I mean, what else would you ask for? Just go out there, get the SIM card pack, and hit those shots.
No-brainer. It's an absolute no-brainer. I'm booking one SIM card for myself. But of course, it's not just Yes who has got all of these great deals. Garena Free Fire has got a great deal for you guys as well. We are giving away free stuff today, Husky. And all of you, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, you survivors can help us activate these giveaways. If we hit the 30K concurrent viewers, you get 4 times of the fiery M1014 box. I know you guys want this, but more than this, I'm pretty sure you guys are looking for that Slither surfboard. But it is the jersey that everyone has been asking for on each and every single one of those videos out there. The Thailand Championship t-shirt that you can don in Game Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you hit the 45K viewer milestone award, you unlock everything for everyone out there. So share this wherever you see it. It can be on Facebook, on YouTube. Just find the broadcast, share it out. If you have 2 accounts, just share it on both accounts. If you somehow have more than 2, just go and do it, and you will definitely be rewarded with all of these goodies. I mean, we have so much coming up. And remember early on, we teased that there's more to the final episode between Mr. Wagger and our Free Fire challenges. Now, here is it, the second part of the final episode coming up right now.
Alright, so kita dah ada Ali bersama dengan kita untuk menentukan.
So the last time we, of course, ended the video, the players were up by 2 of those grenades that managed to get the kill. Ali with the spin on the Wheel of Misfortune. Unfortunately for him, we will be increasing the height of the glue wall this time around. And this is, I believe, truly a challenge, man. Because now he doesn't get to see the hoop at all, which means scoring those grenade kills gets so much more tougher.
Yeah, and you know, if you have watched enough Free Fire, you know that sometimes you might not need to see your target, but sometimes there's another way to deal with hitting your shots, and that is breaking the glue wall. So we'll see if Ali can do that, right? Because I certainly cannot. I know it's impossible to see the hoop, so we'll see what he does.
Let's see if or not he will be able to get the toss over. The guy, you know, I don't want to say this, but there's no other way to say it. He wasn't blessed with the greatest of height, okay, for an Asian. So it's going to be quite a challenge. But the one thing that we can be assured is Ali in the game of Free Fire, he's big brain, bro. He's absolutely big brain. The first shot he takes is not to get the goal, not to get the grenade kill, but to drop a piece of the glue wall, and he scores the point for his team. Insane stuff. Gangster indeed. Big brain plays as usual from Blacklist.
And you cannot plan this, right? This is such a great sequence of events. Yeah, the first shot didn't work. Second one breaks the wall. The third one after that goes in, and obviously he was not able to land more. He gets the second one. That's pretty much it. But you have to really admire the ingenuity, well, the originality of that idea.
Oh, yeah.
It was able to break it, and of course, just like Edis says, 9,000 IQ and beyond.
Crazy stuff, man. I mean, overall, it was 4 points at that point, but we still had Geek Fam to drop by, and Blacklist International to just drop by a little bit more. And for the final one in here, they have an opportunity to go in and spin the wheel of misfortune, and misfortune indeed was what hit them, because instead of 3 of those hoops, he only has 1 hoop now to work with.
And that's actually a blessing in disguise. If you only have 1 target to work with, you don't need to worry about hitting other targets. You just focus on the task at hand. So for him, I think he definitely is happy with this. Doesn't have to deal with extra high glue wall. Doesn't have to deal with a blindfold. Just eyes on the prize. That 1 hoop in front, and I think this is gonna bring him to success. The first one does go wide, but it did came pretty close.
Yeah, he managed just to hit the hoop just a little bit. Fire in his eyes. Will he be able to score this? Oh my lord! Gets an absolute clean one and tries for the 3rd attempt. Ball does not go wide. It goes in once again. Ijat is on absolute fire. This guy's the manager of the team, by the way. And if your manager itself can score such beautiful grenade kills, what more the rest of those players? My lord, Ijat's really making good work of this. And you were absolutely right, Husky. Just having 1 hoop to focus in on seems to do the trick for them.
Yeah, that is the trophy that Blacklist International is going for, and 4 points. And that is the cutoff point for our second part. We still have the conclusion, because don't forget, Mr. Wagger hasn't gotten his chance to utilize his moonwalking skills and flippers to shoot some hoops. But we'll come back to that in a little bit, because we still have the grand finals that we need to take care of. 4 more rounds to go. Purgatory coming up next. Metrics sitting at the top. Epic at the very bottom. Some teams such as Geek Fam not really finding too much success, but they're not falling too far behind. In fact, the difference between the top 10 teams is just 1 point for the top 3 and 1 point for 4th until 10th. Very intense competition.
I expect the gloves to come off. I expect some teams to get hunted down in the next rounds. So game number 3 will be coming up for us in a little bit. Let's see if or not anyone pulls off the metric strategy, right? Dua Beradik clearly weren't happy with those situations, as they just got hunted down again and again and again. But that's exactly what happens when you run throughout the whole of the league stages and become super predictable. And if there's one thing that is predictable, and you as a shoutcaster itself, Husky, you've managed to get quite a great idea as to where Blacklist moves on into, where Geek Fam usually drops in. And these drop spots usually do not change. So if someone's gunning for you, you know they're going to find you.
Yeah, and I think Metrics just has a knack for doing so, right? It's one thing to meet a target in 1 round. Is one thing to meet them in all 4 rounds of a play day. So if Metrics wants to do it, they certainly will. But we'll see if they will play the slower game and just go for those placement points. That's what they did in the last day of the league stage, when they are certain they got a decent lead. Maybe now, with only 1 point separating them and their challengers in the second team, which is Freedom Rumble, and then 1 extra point against Todak, they probably will want to go for a bit more kills before they feel more comfortable. But Purgatory is where the battlefield will be for round number 3. We'll just to find out where Metrics is going to head towards and whether the hard hitters are going to show up. Freedom Rumble and Todak have been doing well so far, but Blacklist and Geek Fam, these two, they need a bit extra work.
This is the rounds where all of these teams will be tested by just throwing them out onto such a huge, wide open map. Mobility is going to be the main point of concern here. As you move from compound to compound, you don't really want to get stuck in the hands of another squad. So the one thing that you most definitely will need to keep your eyes out for are those vehicles. Who's going to be able to get them? Who will be able to have the mobility around the map? Hot drop by Metrics as they look for the players of Icon, and it looks like this party has just started. But it looks like, as I say that, Metrics, they spot those players and they back away towards Mountville as well as Golf Course. Riven is just a little too far away from the rest of his team members, and this might just spell trouble for the players of Metrics if they do not catch up and form a full squad in a little bit.
Yeah. And I think that Riven was forced to break away from his team just because he dropped a bit earlier than the rest of his team. And again, they saw Icon, so Riven will have to play alone for a while. We saw Todak dropping on the southern side of the map alongside Geek Fam, but Geek Fam, they drop as a squad, Todak a bit more spread out. So if Todak gets found out early on, it's gonna be a bit of a problem. In the meantime, we have Epic and Sorry Roar on the radar, with Riven having to play a survival game for now. Thankfully, there is some mode of transportation in the form of a bike, so Riven can easily rejoin his team. Just that the problem is you gotta deal with AKO steady squad if he goes for the rotation. So for Metrics, they might have to make some early moves to retrieve Riven, or just wait and hope that Riven is not spotted out by anyone, and then they can rejoin in the later stage of the game. I think for
Riven, it just most definitely has been quite a pet peeve for me, right? Having some of these teams kind of go in there for the hot drop, intentionally or unintentionally. But the problem is when they depart from that initial flight, they have full information that, another squad is there. And most of those teams, they do not back away from the situation. And that's exactly what is so different from what Riven has pulled off in here. He moves away. And the rest of the players from Metrics, on the other hand, they start the early fight because they know they have got the vertical advantage. But here's the weakness of Metrics as well. Although they have quite the vertical advantage here, they do not have a lot of those utilities. They do not have a lot of those lethals to work with as well. This is just a losing fight on both sides. And it's just too risky of a play for me, for my liking, Husky.
And I don't think Riven can provide any sort of backup, considering that he would have to move through AKO steady squad to reach his team. And because they alerted Icon, now retrieving Riven becomes a bigger problem. But on the edge of the map, on the west side, we have Team Princess walking into EWG early on. Mantai completely isolated from the rest of the team. Does have a nade to work with, but unfortunately, this is his last blue wall and perhaps his last stand as well. Monito will also chip in some damage, but you can see that Mantai, he is under heavy fire. Monito gets a good pixel shot onto Jimmy, but it doesn't really matter. Alpha X tells Mantai, Monito will still pick up Jimmy Neo, and I suppose these two teams will trade 1-4-1.
And this is the risk. This is exactly what you have to deal with all of the early engagements. Low on your utilities, low on those lethals. Nobody's going to be big winners from these engagements. So the best thing that you can do for yourself, the best thing that you can do for the rest of your team members is just to get up and walk away from this battle very, very early on. And it's the exact same words that I kind of shared for Geek Fam earlier on. He that fights and runs away may turn and fight another day, but he that he is slain in battle, unfortunately can't rise to fight again. Early on as you drop, just like what Geek Fam showed us in that first round, right? Two men, even if you're the Supreme Kings of Free Fire, you're gonna have quite the tough time.
And Rai is put in a tough spot. Mocha trying to go in for a flank as well, but Flame anticipating that flank is gonna take him down.
Oh my
Rai runs straight into a slug shot from Rai, and that's from Yoon. That's gonna be 2 down. Troop trying to provide some backup, but they are gonna get overwhelmed by Icon. Metrics falling into pieces. They thought they had to drop onto Icon, but this was the weakness you talked about early on, AJ.
Yeah.
Metrics would never win this fight, and Icon made them pay dearly for it.
I'm sorry, man, but this was just such a bad call from the players of Metrics that I will not understand, and I just cannot accept because they were in such a perfect position within the competition. Orin, of all people, will find Riven. Long shots will be able to damage him. Riven does have a few of those glue walls to work with, but very early game, the same applies to him with one huge difference. This little guy does not have any backup whatsoever, and he takes on the whole of Geek Fam. Too soon, my friend. Metrics right back to the lobby because of a terrible mistake that they chose to make for themselves.
Straight into the firing squad. And man, they just a moment ago they were sitting at the top, and now they go straight to the bottom with 0 points. So 24 is where Metrics will be capped off by the end of this round. No changes to their score, unfortunately. For everyone else, they will have a really good chance of overtaking not just Metrics, but their enemies to get to the first place as well. We will see a new leader by the end of the round for sure. It just comes down to who that will be. Icon, by the end of round number 2, was sitting at 10th place with 13 points, but they already got 4 for themselves. So that is certainly a good morale boost for the members of Icon.
Let's see what else Orin will be able to drag in here for himself. It has not been an easy one all throughout as these players now look for those points. Geek Fam very wary of the fact that they cannot be super aggressive early on. If they find one player, obviously they'll pick it up for themselves. As Icon now finds the players of EWG, are they going to continue striking as hard? EWG with one knock onto their player, they will not suffer much damage. They back away from this battle. They know the game of Free Fire. They know the game of survival in a battle royale. They do not want to have anything to do with these early engagements, especially when the safe zone is coming in here for the chase.
And early on, they did lose one member to Team Princess. So now with a second death, it means that EWG only has 2 more guys left to work with. Icon, they can afford to tank the blue zone for a bit. They're playing at this from the edge of the map, skirting the blue zone. So they're going for that very late rotation, which I think for Icon, it is fine. They just want those 4 points. They've already got 4 points in the bag, and now it comes down to how they approach the rest of the round. They can just go for the survival, the placement points, and it will be a-okay. Team Princess, though, they show up on the radar, north side of AKO Steady Squad.
Let's see what else AKO can pull off here for themselves. Team Princess just beyond them. Over at Crossroads. Is this the Crossroads where we will see a different side of AKO? Hopefully it is. This doesn't seem to be a situation where Team Princess will be blessed with a little bit of leeway for themselves, because it is Mr. D on the hunt. And this is what just is so concerning about the players of AKO Steady Squad. Decision making from Mr. D, why very frankly look up to a lot in the world of Free Fire because of how great of a player he is. This is just not their season, is it? This is most definitely not his season.
Yeah, certainly not. I feel like we look at AKO Steady Squad as a team. Certainly there is a merging of brand, right? Of AKO and Steady Squad. Back then, the Toda that we see right now would be the auto knockout in previous seasons. This new iteration not really finding their groove just yet, and they certainly are not finding any peace, because Mr. D, he was away from his team, and now he has to face off against the rest of Team Princess. We see if AKO Steady Squad can provide that backup. Mr. D under heavy fire. Ajim and Swa, they're providing some shots, and Swa lands a nice one onto Ijasur. The rest of Team Princess might not be able to save their buddy, as Ijasur is caught right out in the front lines. Alpha XR trying his best to get close, but you can see that the suppressing fires of AKO Steady Squad makes it almost impossible for Team Princess to get close to their fallen comrade without challenging AKO Steady Squad. And based off of that, they might have to just leave Ijasur to bleed out.
In a good spot now, charging up that blue wall, doesn't use it, decides to instead go in there for the drop onto Lux. Ijasur taken out by Suwa. No one's gonna be able to find a Lux G to pick him right back up, and AKO the biggest winners of this skirmish, and this is quite rare. One of the few times you see AKO drop into a team fight and take it so cleanly, and Lux is not going to be able to survive this, and the rest of the players from the side of Team Princess now just need to depend on one final player. But as you guys can see, you have one player on the side of AKO on that vehicle already looking, hunting down for an opportunity for the shutdown.
Yeah, and contrary to AKO Steady Squad, I mean, this would be the position you expect them to be in, not Team Princess. And frankly speaking, Team Princess has not had the best game at all. In fact, they have a horrible start to the day, the evening. Round 1 and round 2 were abysmal. They finished both rounds with only 5 total points, and now with 1 member left, I don't see how Team Princess is going to accumulate enough points to be a threat to all the other teams who are gunning for the first place, which again is pretty disappointing considering how the group stage was very well their playing field. Epic, on the other hand, will be under fire from Sorry War. They have to get to Sorry War to proceed further. Let's see how they deal with this.
Yeah, I want to say that, you know, it's never too late. If GeekFam can score 3 booyahs for themselves, maybe the team of Team Princess can get something like that done for themselves as well. But it just doesn't seem to be that way at the very moment with their performance out there and all of their confidence down in the gutters. Epic, they take this fight against Sorry Raw, and the one and only Donkey with those range shots. He's not going to be able to find anyone, but he knows he's keeping his crosshairs on that right spot. Now jumps on over to yet another player who makes a run for it. Asian has already gotten quite a great position for himself to strike back against Donkey the next time he steps out to take a couple of more shots. So this is the part where Sorry Raw now needs to be very careful. But as you can see on that minimap, Asian, as he holds on to that position, the rest of the team members from the side of Epic, they back away. They do not want to take these early fights, and we respect that. Blacklist International, Secret Expert. Let's see how this fight breaks down as a potential third party awaits to swim into this fray.
And just now we saw Black International engaging Secret Expert, but they are going for the full commitment. On the other side, you have Todak at EWG, so there might be a bit of crossfire when it comes to that. We might have a bit of intervention. It depends on what Todak wants to do. But what we do know from Black International is they're committed to flushing out the rest of Secret Expert, who are currently not in the best possible spot, but they certainly are 1 point ahead of Black International on the other side. Icon engages Geek Fan, but we'll come back to that in a bit because Black International will go in for the full flush. A SWAT team tactical rush into Secret Expert, but look at where Secret Expert are. They're playing very far away with some members on the outside of those shacks, just making sure that Black International are always at arm's length.
Yeah, I love this. Secret Expert now falling back into a defensive position, suckering in all of the players from the side of Blacklist International. And lo and behold, they actually now hold a flank around Blacklist. They have them in this little foxhole. They can now execute this perfect wipeout. With those grenades, the question is, do they have enough lethals on their side? Ibnu, with all of the pressure that he can play, he needs to be careful about Toda just being behind him. Team Princess has got that one more player on the hunt from the back. Will be able to perhaps get a little lucky with a few stray shots out. Phoenix, double vectors in hand, will be able to spot Ibnu, who holds on to the exact same weapon as well, as Ibnu cuts the distance now between all of them. That flank position still being held on great by Secret Expert, but they know that it's going to be the players of Blacklist International, and they do not want to make a mistake in executing this. But the more time they waste, oh my lord, that blue wall came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and Phoenix actually does Pakaji, so now Blacklist International, they're going to go straight for the juggler, breaking those blue walls. They're running straight towards Ibnu, who is trying to patch himself up. Taker somehow takes out Phoenix from behind. Oh, the flag that you say is coming true, but Blacklist International still holds on strong. Secret Expert able to make the rotation out of where they are, and now they come in from the pincer. Zero gets fouled by Nga. Secret Expert doing this so well. Only the turn to go. Cobra, what have you got left in the tank? That's one, but that is all. Will not Blacklist International are no more, and Secret Experts triumph. But meanwhile, on the other side, Geekman takes on Icon Metal for him, but 2 grenade launchers. Yunda's gonna secure the victory, but I think Icon have made their match. Geek Fan, they lose 2, but they might be able to go for more. That's 3, that's 4. Geek Fan with the wipeout, and Geek Fan leaves on.
Well, Icon this time round, they get shut down, but the damage has already been done. This time, it's Exec and Man04. They do not have their star acquisition in the name of Orin, so they will not be able to play strong grenade plays in that final circle. But if there's one thing we know for sure, Man04 as well as the one and only Exec, will be more than enough to finish this off. Secret Expert, they continue this fight against AKO. AKO, no match this time round. Taken, knocked down onto the ground by Ajimbu. The finisher comes through as well. Pahaji, on the other hand, will be looking for that kill onto Mr. D. You take one, we take one right back. Pahaji finishes that off. Sorry, Raw from a side. They will chip into this fight as well as they find the third-party shots onto the players of AKO. AKO just not winning any parts of this battle as Secret Expert, they bag the most.
AKO crashes the party, but uninvited guests must be escorted out with force, and AKO Steady Squad certainly learned that the hard way. Ajimbu hiding behind a tree, tagging the blue zone. Secret Expert know that they have Ajimbu in their crosshairs, and it's only a matter of time before Ajimbu forces himself into the open and has to take on the rest of Secret Expert, and that will not bear any fruits. AKO Steady Squad out in 8th place, and now we see the center of the circle. Todak holding point. EWG will be guarding Geek Fam. You have on the other side, Sorry Roar taking on Epic from long range.
Let's see if or not Sorry Raw will be able to get this done quickly, because 18 more seconds and the pressure from the blue zone will once again force them into a position which they are not so comfortable with, because it puts them straight up in the crosshairs of Toda. So they need to finish off Epic right now here. Sega down on the ground. Roy Bro now taking that attack up as well as they try to close the distance between themselves as well as Epic. They are not waiting at all. They want to take the fight to the front doors of Epic. Asian now should be able to engage long range. Shark MX as well with those shots, try to knock him down. Coco on the ground. Freedom Rumble chips in as well, and this is gonna be the best thing that has ever happened to the players of Sorry Raw. Too far GG. Kepa, Ashen now on the ground, and Sorry Raw will be able to make it through to the next circle.
Donkey wins this fight, and now they're all gonna beeline into the circle, and they certainly mix it in. Todak now lands a couple of shots onto the members of Secret Expert, who are scrambling to get to safety, but the safe haven is not so safe when you have so many teams guarding that area, and Secret Expert have to come down from the top kill. If no knockdown with the Playdom as well. John somehow makes it behind the huge haystack, and one nade from Pedro will end Secret Expert's run in this round. They're out in 6th place. Todak now having to move into the circle from where they currently are. Freedom Rumble have free access from the eastern side. EWG on from the south. Geekfam still alive, and seems like Geekfam might have to go through EWG.
Soda, fish brain, but it's the brain of a predator fish, and that's gonna be more than enough as they aim now for that final circle already in there as Geekfam, just with this duo, will be able to find a finisher onto the players of EWG. Soda, on the other hand, starts off this skirmish against Sorry Raw, and it's gonna be the one and only Pedro that cuts in all of the distance. He's not gonna be able to find those nades just yet. Geekfam dropping by to say hello as well. Soda needs to be really careful as they circle outside of the next zone. They will be able to focus on the players of Geekfam. It's the right decision, but are they going to be able to finish this off and then survive for the next one as well? Pedro will be able to find them. Geekfam dropped, and Soda picks up 2 extra kill points before getting into the next zone. Sorry Raw in front, and Soda, with that decision, they've allowed Sorry Raw to deal with Freedom Rumble, and they will drop by for the finishing moves.
And Toda are about to go for the second booyah if they can. Freedom Rumble in heavy fire. They will get knocked out. No, Sorry Raw will get knocked out first. Freedom Rumble now have to deal with the full force of Toda. It's only 2 for Freedom Rumble. Pedro from the swing does lose the fight, but they do get Vegeta, and this should be the round for Toda. You knock them down once, they come back up stronger. One last hero for Spark will do the job, and Todak strikes back with the second booyah of the grand finals.
Woohoo! Fish brain, bro. Predator fish at that. Soda, they swim into that final circle confidently, and they impale anyone who stand before them. What great decision making, turning around, focusing on 2 players who were on the approach from outside of the zone, for they knew if they focus on the final zone, they are most definitely going to get backstabbed in such an open circle. And the decision making pays off because it leaves Sorry Raw in the very powerful hands of Freedom Rumble, and then they drop back in to take the freedom away from the players that love to rumble, right? And Freedom Rumble just showing us a little bit of a different side for them, because they are making it into that final circle confidently round after round. And this is yet another confident and secure round for them to make sure they stay in the top 3 at the very least, Sasuke.
Yeah, even though Freedom Rumble didn't get the booyah, just like you said, they certainly were able to keep up the performance and finish in top 2. Todak, though, they blew the second round, but third round made it felt like nothing had ever happened. And even though they bombed out early on just now, they were able to still be in 3rd place. And with this booyah, they certainly will shoot themselves back up into 1st place temporarily. And the power of Todak is really shining through. That's the reason why you don't mess with Swordfish, because they would definitely win you in a fencing fight. Let's take a look at the highlights and figure out where did everything go wrong for some of these teams, especially when we look at teams like Metrics and Team Princess. These 2 teams, the polar opposite of what we expect to happen in round number 3. We want the Team Princess to kind of make a strong run, but they faltered all 3 rounds. And Matrix was just a poor decision making, ended up getting wiped by Icon and also Geekfam.
Yeah, and you know, when you are the underdog team and you're fighting for a lot in the competition, that's what Metrics was when we started off the grand finals. But after 2 rounds and after finding that number 1 spot, it got to their heads, and they just started thinking that they were the top predators of this competition. My dear friends, it doesn't work like that, right? You still have to keep your heads down, low, play it humble all the way to the final circle, and then look for some aggressive maneuvers, and they paid such a high price for it. And later on, it was, I mean, very much later on, I have to say, because it was what, towards the 12-minute point where Blacklist International went out in that 11th spot. Geekfam, they weren't in the best of positions, but they were able to shut down Icon with just their duo plays.
Yeah, EWG also fell prey to Geekfam as well. And remember, Geekfam had to go through EWG to even proceed. And this is where everything went in Geekfam's favor. Tua loses the one-on-one fight against Man 04, and he instantly goes for that pixel shot to close out the game. And at the end of the day, Geekfam, they did get picked off by Todak, but considering the circumstances that they were in, Geekfam did their very best. So the highlight of the round was certainly the marvelous tactical brilliance from Secret Expert. They let Blacklist International come in and they overwhelmed them with their guerrilla warfare tactics. That's the reason why you don't go into an empty house alone, and Blacklist International had to find out the hard way, because they ended the round with Metrics alongside them with 0 points. Toda with another Booyah, the second one of the grand finals with 9 kills, another 21 points in the back. Geekfam with 14, alongside Freedom Rumble, tied for second. Secret Expert follows closely in 4th place with 13. Sorry Roar in 5th place with 11 points, and Icon plus EWG tied for 6th place with 7 points.
Yep, continuing the lower half of the leaderboards, AKO steady squad in that 8th spot this time round with 6 points. Epic only managing to pick up 4 points in the 9th place. Team Princess, they kind of bomb out a little bit too early. Even in this 3rd round, it's really turning out to be such a painful day for Team Princess to find something in this competition. Hopefully, in the final 3 rounds, they will be able to step their game right back up. Blacklist International, that this one was most definitely a surprise. Earlier on, we saw them at that, I believe, the 5th spot with only 18 points, and now bagging absolutely nothing from here. They will only go ahead to continue to move down the leaderboards, because like what we saw earlier on when we took a look at the overall leaderboards, there was just 1 point between each and every single team.
Yeah, and that is going to change right after this. We're going to see the overall standings in a bit, but Blacklist International certainly taking a heavy blow. And it really, you don't see how brilliant Secret Expert's plan was until Blacklist International funneled into that one building, and then you realize, wait, I think this is exactly where they want Blacklist to be. Let's take a look at our MVP. Although Geekfam finished in 5th place, you still have Man04 as the MVP. The numbers, they definitely tell a tale of the predicament that Geekfam was put in, but Man04, he was able to shine through and make use of the borrowed time that he has for himself and still get a couple of kills on the board.
Yeah, if you guys are curious as to why these numbers look a little lackluster in comparison to the MVPs that we were seeing all throughout the league stages, we just have to remember that back then it was the MVP taken over 2 different maps, 2 different matches. These MVP titles are being given out each and every single round, hence why you see the numbers a little bit on the low side, but it does not discount the fact that the amount of impact Man04 brought into the match was most definitely stellar. Now, speaking of stellar, look at Toda rise up to the top. 2 Booyahs in here so far, 24 placement points, the most in comparison to the rest of the teams, along with the kills, the most as well. 43 points overall, they sit at the top. Freedom Rumble, with the amount of consistency that they've maintained here for themselves, they're just 6 points behind Toda in that 2nd place, which means they can continue to climb up without much of a problem as long as they can find that final circle continuously. Secret Expert sitting down in the 3rd spot with the 32 points overall, just 9 points behind the players. Sorry, not 9 points, 11 points behind the players of Toda. That's going to be quite the climb for them, as Toda, I'm pretty much expecting them to continue to pull away, and Secret Expert, they've not been the most consistent team in the competition, but based on what they've shown us so far, if there's anyone who can pull it off, they most surely can secure it. Geekfam, Sorry Raw, and Metric sitting down in the 4th, 5th, and 6th place with a total of 2 points separating Geekfam from Sorry Raw, and Metrics with the 24 points, 4 points behind Sorry Raw. This looks like the table is still up for the shaking round after round.
Yeah, and of course you have EWG in 7th place with 22 points. Icon and AKO Steady Squad tied for 8th with 20 points each. In 10th place, you have Blacklist International with only 18 points. Team Princess stays at 11 with 8 points, and Epic remains in last place with 7 points. There's only 3 more rounds left, and there's not much time for some of these teams to compete for that first spot. Bigger surprise, Blacklist International sitting in 10th place, a number that you would not associate with Blacklist International in any way, but now this is going to be the reality. They only have 3 more rounds to do so. Geekfam winning touching distance of Toda, but if you are Toda, you should feel really good about yourselves. Freedom Rumble also doing the same as well. And I think, like you said, Secret Expert might not be the most consistent team, but they definitely show some brilliance when you feel like they should the most. And there is a quote that I like: strike at their weakest link. If one breaks, they all will fall. And that's exactly what they did to Blacklist International. 3 more rounds left though. We're gonna restart the map rotation: Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory. But before that, we're gonna take a short break, and we will come back for the second half of the grand finals and eventually crown the grand champions. We'll be right back.
and Story Wall completely pinned down as Epic gets rounded out by Shark, but Cobra has grenade launcher. And Rembo are the last two men alive and play. Oh, he has clear vision of these two guys. It's going to be an easy picking for him. A couple of taps on the Rizal and a couple more to Rembo will do the job. 0 out with no points in the name. Enough players alive for 14 points. And they will try to take out Ajin forward. Down one. Build Ajin.
Hello?
Okay. And 13 kills in the back, and they're gonna go for more. Why not add 4 more onto the tally? Iman trying to run circles around Man 04, but this guy does not miss. Victory with a second knock. That's gonna be Rambo down. He will scramble to find any semblance of life. But it seems like with Epic's presence, it might not be the case. Hero going for a good one onto Neptune, as Iman finds him. Next spot. Distance, but look at Iman, he is so quick. The dexterity on this man is unparalleled. The rest of Hero are coming in as well. Green and Rumble, it doesn't feel like they're responding to this. Green and Rumble looks so lost. Vega will get a down on shot onto Rise. That's from Epic, as Iman will get the nade on X1 as well. Green and Rumble only left with 1. This uncanny passiveness of Green and Rumble is so
Right? He wants you to try and widen that gap. You see if they're able to get away, but I don't think that's going to be the case. But it looks like Secret
Oh, no.
Expert did actually clash. Taken survives that fall.
The Free Fire Challengers Malaysia Grand Finals continues right here, right now. My name is Husky, alongside the one and only Mustachio AJ. We have 3 more rounds to go, and of course 3 unique maps: Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory. And with 12 teams left in the mix, there can only be 1 winner. So far, we see Todak busting out the gates with an incredible play. They fell short in round number 2, but they were able to bag the booyah for round 1 and 3. Now they sit at the top with a comfortable score.
And you know, all of this competition, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all of this action, all of this fun and games is brought to you guys by none other than the one and only Yes. The Free Fire Challengers Malaysia Season 1 is sponsored by Yes, who's partnering with Free Fire to allow all survivors in Malaysia to be the first to play on 5G. And you get a standard chance to claim an item bundle and play with absolutely no data consumption at all for free with the Yes FT 5G Free Fire SIM Pack. Pre-orders yours today at the Free Fire first25g.yes.my/Free Fire. If you guys didn't get that link, don't worry, it will be on our post on the pages as well. Make sure you follow and get one for yourself, because it's an absolute no-brainer.
Yeah, if you want to land those shots, if you want to be the best, and if you want to play Free Fire with the fastest possible speed with 0 data consumption, this is it. This is the one you want to go to. Don't give me any excuses. If you come up with a reason, I dare you, because there is no reason to not go for Yes, right? Say yes to Yes. That is how we do it. And of course, alongside that, we also have our viewer milestone rewards that is going to be ongoing throughout the entire broadcast. And we have 3 milestones for this grand finals. We've shown you guys a couple of times, but just to refresh your mind, we do have 30,000, 35,000, and 45,000. If we hit 30,000, you all will get the 4x Fiery M1014 box. If we hit 35,000, all of you guys, including us, I hope, will walk away with Slitter surfboard that we can flex when we drop off the plane. If we hit 45,000, you will all get what you have been asking asking for the entire time. The Thai Championship t-shirt with the Phoenix Force logo smacked right in the front of the jersey. So do remember, if we hit this, we unlock every reward.
And how do you hit it, you ask? Very, very simple. Drop that like. Make sure you share this broadcast, not just this broadcast, all the other broadcasts on all the platforms that you can find. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the grand finals of the Free Fire Challenges Malaysia. And if you have any family members, any friends that do not watch Free Fire, you know what? To help us hit this, you kind of can just call them in here as well. Ask them a little bit of a favor, man. For all you know, you might get them hooked up onto the game. They'll give you a few diamonds for bringing them into such an amazing environment for them to enjoy themselves. It might just pay off. So don't wait. Drop all of them a text message right now. Invite them into the broadcast. A lot to anticipate in here. We promised you guys that you can expect the unexpected. Even we did not expect some of the results that we are seeing out here. I asked for Freedom Rumble to improve and get up to the top. I did not expect them to be sitting down in that second spot comfortably after round number 3. But this is something that I was looking out for, and I wanted to continue right. Toda sitting down at the top. A lot of people expected it, but nobody expected them to be at the top without the likes of Blacklist International or Geek Fam. I mean, Blacklist International are sitting down in the 10th position at the moment.
Yeah, and that is definitely a surprise, a surprising turn of events. But for those who are not aware, we actually have the fantasy team ongoing right now. For Malaysia, it has ended. But if you are interested in the Philippines FFCP, you can still go into your game client and vote for your fantasy team. That is definitely going to be benefiting you if you are one of those guys who likes to build your dream team. This is the one. This is your chance to do so. Let's head into round number 4. We're back to Bermuda, where it all kicks off, where Free Fire was birthed. And we're about to find out who can close out Bermuda. Will it be Toda with the triple crown, or will the likes of Geek Fam and Blacklist finally step up to the plate?
I mean, what a way it would be for Toda to secure this with 3 of those booyahs, right? Kind of reminds us of a team of all that used to dominate. Don't want to say their names. You guys know exactly who they are. But as we see the presence of, once again, those mystery towers up here in Bermuda. You know, the mystery towers, they really, really remind me of this game that I used to play, Assassin's Creed.
Oh, yeah. You know, you can take the leap of faith, jump into a haystack.
Not on this one, though.
Definitely not this one. This one, we saw Taken do it, and he broke his ankle. So do not try to take the leap of faith. It does not work in Free Fire. There's no wheelbarrows with haystacks in it. So that's if you are a fan of that franchise, do not try it. You know, we should have the warning.
Hopefully that partnership or that collaboration happens soon, because I'm pretty sure these mystery towers are a teaser for it. Don't quote me on it. This is just an assumption based on how it looks like, but it'll be quite cool, right? The moment they launch that, and all of a sudden you can jump out of these mystery towers. Icon opening up really quickly against the players of Secret Expert. Will be able to find a player down onto the ground. He goes, gets sprayed all upon, and Flame just standing out in the open, just really not respecting his opponents at all, as he takes away the life of Taken, goes in for another player as well. And look at Mios, he's flanking on from the left hand side. This is the pinch that might just spell the end for Secret Expert.
Oh, this is the worst possible start for Secret Expert, and you can't really blame them. Who would expect Icon to be here? I mean, they were not here in the first round, but now suddenly they show up. Secret Expert, they just wanted to take a stroll. They wanted to head towards Rimnan Village, but they got intercepted by Icon. Whether it's bad luck or just good game sense, Secret Expert will have to sit this out. On the other side, Sorry Raw once more will have to run into Team Princess for the 3rd time in this grand finals, and we'll see if Team Princess will be able to survive this onslaught. It seems like they are gonna go for the run. Imira is gonna get ran at by members of Team Princess. He just knocks him down, but Imira, someone's still alive. Actually, Jun is the one who gets knocked down. Sorry, Raw taking some heavy damage. Imira and Donkey then chip in. Oh, Team Princess again. They all crumble. The link has been broken, and Team Princess, they shall not stand. Jun gets brought back up, and Team Princess, what else do we have left? Lux GZ becomes the only survivor, and this is not the first time we see him in this position, but it certainly is also not the first time we see him getting overwhelmed. Sorry, Raw have found a stride, whereas for Team Princess, they remain at the bottom.
Unfortunately, Team Princess, all that they can depend on right now is for Lux to remain surviving, play a couple of placement points for themselves, but that is just stretching it out quite thinly, isn't it? Oh my lord, and as I say that, Lux actually finds Shark. Now with him dropped onto the ground, can he find the finisher? Donkey is on spot to make sure his team member gets picked up, and the final bullet through the head by Yan, and he gets the kill for himself. Sorry Raw, they strike and they strike hard. Team Princess on the other hand, they continue to fall as hard as they fell in that first round.
And what a poetic place to die. They all get buried at graveyard as well. Sorry Roar will be the team that does the burial, but it's a shallow grave for the members of Team Princess. They certainly will not be able to go in peace. That's 4 rounds in a row where Team Princess just could not find their footing, and it's safe to say that their contention in this grand finals have completely, been smothered into ashes thanks to all of those rounds that they were not able to find their stride. Their chances have run dry.
They didn't go in peace. They went away in pieces, and obviously they did not expect that situation at all. But they should have expected Icon to be at Hangar, though, because that is most definitely the spot that Icon has been proving to take, game after game every single time we drop back here in Bermuda. But unfortunately for them, they just did not expect Icon to come chasing after them, right? And it was just a decision that was pulled off unexpected. Expect the unexpected. We started off with that saying. We're going to continue the whole day with the saying, because it's just one crazy day of grand finals in here that even Icon knows that they have to step it up on. I mean, after 3 rounds, they sit down in the 8th place, and we talked about, some of these teams starting to get aggressive in the second half of the day. That was display number 1.
And we have AKO Steady Squad getting really close to Geek Fam, who are pretty much chilling at the southern side. And something that kind of strikes me is that Geek Fam, they almost never drop anywhere aside from Clock Tower when
Correct.
it comes to Bermuda.
Yeah.
But now they drop at Hangar. Again, a kind of a switch up that you can expect when it comes to the grand finals. You have to adapt to the teams that are playing in the grand finals. And maybe for Geek Fam, this is the curveball that they had in mind. The question is, with AKO Steady Squad now controlling that Clock Tower, will AKO themselves go and challenge Geek Fam? I hope that's not the case, because Clock Tower certainly provides a lot of safe haven for you to play around.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And with Geek Fam just dropping in very early on with the loots, rotating in towards Hangar, this is the perfect setup for them. And it's quite rare to see Geek Fam not really focus in on the loots very early on. They understand the importance of the utilities as well as all of the lethals that need to be played out there. And because of their methods, they have been able to fare slightly better than the luck of the players of Blacklist International so far. They sit in the 4th spot, not too far away from Toda. Finds a 0 from afar. Oren, who else but Oren? And now the finisher is not going to be as easy as this compound held on by the players of AKO. Is quite the distance away from the rest of the players of Geek Fam, so no grenades through the windows for them to worry about just yet. But they have to start back in a way, or at the very least, put themselves in a solid defensive position, so when Geek Fam comes in for the attack, they will be able to fire straight right back up. Just like what Secret Expert did earlier on. Set up a defensive formation that will allow your team, the opponents, to get suckered in. But as I say that, look at Geek Fam spreading out very cleanly. They want to take this pinch push, and with this setup, it looks like it might just be the end for AKO. And look at the amount of lethals that the players of Geek Fam have on them as well. Looting perfectly completed.
And they have the 10 blue walls for Orin, and look at that. They are about to total utility in. Victory finds a 0 for the 2nd time, and there's only Mr. D there trying to help him. And of course, there is some nades being thrown by Orin as well. They want to get deflected for now, but the members of AKO Steady Squad, they are completely surrounded, and you just see Geek Fam spreading out in such a uniform manner. AKO Steady Squad have no way to deal with this, and they're about to get overwhelmed. Orin will break the glue wall and go in for 2 knockdowns. Easy peasy, it does it. Nothing that AKO Steady Squad can do in the situation. It's all down to Moon, and Ajim to kind of hold the team together. But what else do they have left? Geek Fam smell them out, and the Bloodhound Tracers are about to lead Geek Fam straight towards the juggler of AKO Steady Squad. 0 will bleed out as Man 04 goes in for the direct 1v1, and no one beats Man 04. No one beats Geek Fam in the situation, and AKO Steady Squad fall prey.
Icon, on the other hand, will have to deal with the players of Freedom Rumble. Too Fast GG right in front. No one knows exactly how many nades he has in hand at the moment. Yun, on the other hand, does have two within his grasp. Oh, my lord! With an unfortunate toss straight towards the wall. You gotta get your angles right in Free Fire. Vegeta now will eat a grenade. Backs away. Time Turner pulled out. Smart plays. And now Yun going in for the straight up flank. They go in for quite a weak setup. Freedom Rumble all grouping together. Grenades can break their play. And that is something Icon has not been able to secure for themselves pretty much early on. And they will suffer the fate of getting defeated by Freedom Rumble if they cannot now go in more aggressively. Freedom Rumble turns the tables, now tries to push them into a corner. Mios backs away, Yun together with him as well. They do have eyes on the players of Freedom Rumble. Jumps on in, Mio tries to catch one out, but is forced to pull out the glue wall as he has to face the numbers in here. Icon, they still haven't found the perfect setup, but Too Fast GG on the ground. This is the opener they were looking for.
Yeah, and of course, you can see the rest of Freedom Rumble scramble to provide backup. Flames going to get knocked down. Mio will fight Clowns as well as Icon. They might be able to do this. They found Neptune. That's 3 down for the side of Freedom Rumble. As fights happen all across the map, Icon will go for the revive. Mio will be able to spray out 2 members of Freedom Rumble. FRU, they tried to chase Icon out of that building, but they end up getting overwhelmed. Blacklist International, they all died to Geek Fam, and Geek Fam survived. Now, Man 04 bleeds out to death, but Exec and Fikri stay alive. Geek Fam now with 8 kills under their belt.
Oh, this is a GG of a day. Expecting the unexpected, but even as I expect the unexpected, these unexpected situations are giving me a heart attack nonetheless. Freedom Rumble with the one and only Vegeta, my personal favorite, I have to say my second favorite player from the side of Freedom Rumble, aside from Too Fast GG. Unfortunately, we'll have to play the game of placement points later on. Icon, they struck and they struck hard. Thankfully, Vegeta was able to find some of that room to play, able to escape from this Toda as they move on in towards Clock Tower. Geek Fam already backed away from that. That one casualty that they suffered in the hands of Blacklist International might just be the mistake that actually does them in. EWG from afar straight on into hangar. Everybody has found quite the secure location for themselves, at least for this next circle, Lusky.
Yeah, certainly unfortunate for Blacklist International. From what we saw, it was a super close fight, right? 3 members of Geek Fam were down. Man 04 unfortunately bled out. So Geek Fam, they are slightly crippled, but man, Blacklist International really got the shorter end of the stick. They finished last round with 0 points, and now they finished this round in, I believe, 9th place. And they got 1 kill, which is Man 04, and that's pretty much it. So Blacklist International is certainly not happy with the results, and they only have 2 more rounds after this. EWG with 2 members left alive, and they do see members of Icon going up the Mystery Tower. Metrics in front of them. You have Sorry Roar on the northwest and Todak on the southeast, as they are all going to congregate around Hangar. That was where Geek Fam was, but they've left. EWG takes over the compound, and now they might meet their maker in the form of Metrics.
Yeah, Manchai has got the best spot right now until someone gets into the Mystery Tower, right? Because if someone does, Manchai is victim number 1 for whoever who manages to get the spot on him. Geek Fam from afar, Toda trying to spot them out. This is the one skirmish that Geek Fam does most definitely not want before getting into that final circle, but it's not in their hands. It's in the hands of gods of RNG. Metrics now playing the buddy system from across Mocha. He has got the top of the building. He has got that height advantage, that bird's eye view, and we've seen exactly what he can do with information and the ability to engage long range. Mocha most definitely gonna be a dangerous player in the circle, and I'm thankful to see Metrics not over aggressing after the mishap in the previous round.
Yeah, and it's a battle of attrition. It's a battle of patience. Who will fire the first shot? Todak, if they do so, they might attract the attention of Geek Fam. And if Geek Fam somehow gets rid of Todak, or any team does it, it will be a godsend for Geek Fam. And Spark, he has already been spotted, most likely by the members of Metrics. So those gunshots, they're about to draw the attention of Geek Fam. And even though they are down 1 man, you know that Geek Fam never backs away from any opportunities. A supply crate drops down as well. You can see Metrics, they do have a decent compound to work with. They have that high ground advantage. They can basically look at all the other teams around them, but it also puts them at risk of getting pincered from multiple angles. So we'll see how Metrics plays this. We don't see them in this position often, but this is probably one of the first few times we do, and it is a very good assessment of how good Metrics deals with these kind of pressure.
Absolutely, man. Oh my lord, the next circle now just going to make them potentially complacent with their positioning. And I would really love to see Metrics now back away from this compound. Although they hold on to a good position with a good strategy, playing that buddy system, making sure that their players have got that backup even though they split. And there's two ways this can work for them, right? Number one, when they get into those engagements, you've got that backup to pick those players right back up. Number two, when one of your duo actually goes down, the other two just needs to run away and play for placement points. I like it, but it's just way too passive for me, especially in the grand finals. You don't want to be passive. You want to be aggressive, but you want to take those calculated risks. And the way you do it is by getting to that final circle before getting aggressive, right? Icon parking their car very, very close to the players of EWG and Metrics right now. This is that warning sign for Metrics to start moving away from this compound together. And it looks like they might have heard me. A little bit of movement coming out there, but it's not quick enough.
A lot of oppressive fire from the side of Metrics. They instantly tag flame. The car is parked in hangar. It would be very useful for Icon if they want to make some quick detour, but judging by how congested, how confined this entire area is, maybe they will not be able to put into that much good use. Todak, in the process of troop, they have been spotted out very long. You can see GeekFam, they actually relocated from where they were. Just now they were right opposite of Todak, but now they spread out a bit, they cover a bit more angles, and they know that the only team they have to worry about right now, potentially, is Todak. There's a river behind Todak, so there's no one's going to cross there unless they want to feed some points. Icon has 7 kills, GeekFam has 8, and Exact might be looking for the 9th one. He's going to fire some shots at Todak, and he knows Todak right now can't respond, or else they will be at risk of getting shot by Metrics.
And surprisingly, the position that GeekFam holds on to is my most favorite one. You've got a lot of these open areas to work with. You can depend on your glue walls. You don't really need to worry about the elevation around you with all of the buildings. Sorry, Raw finds Ziga. This fight will see potentially the end of Team Epic as Sorry Raw catches them trying to sneak on into the circle. And as I say, that's the best spot. And GeekFam gets the next circle as well. The Kings will potentially stay in that spot and then wait and gatekeep the rest of these teams as the players of Epic lose one after the other. They do have one more to depend on as Sorry Raw has the vehicle. They circle in towards the next zone. Metrics trying to play gatekeepers before they start moving on in, but they are gatekeeping the wrong ones in here. Icon, there's a reason why they are named that. Mayo as well as Yun. Can one of the best combos in the competition now strike Metrics out from the list of the top 5 once and for all?
And Metrics, this is a very important skirmish for them. Crucial for both teams. You have Coco who can make a difference from long range if he wants to. But so far, Coco is staying silent. Metrics finally backs off closer into the circle. GeekFam now will be pressured by not just Metrics, but also Todak. Can GeekFam hold up against 8 potential challenges? They're going to turn their attention to Todak, the more important targets. You can see all those duels being put up by Todak. They're going to beeline their way towards that compound. Chill, kind of isolated. Epi's going to be picked up by Yun, so that's the end of Coco. Can't do any backstab, but Todak, they might do enough distraction for EWG to come in and challenge GeekFam. Matrix shows up as well. You can see that GeekFam members, their crosses, they're going 180, 360 due to all of these teams around. Sparks does get a lane onto Monito, but GeekFam will need to hold on with an iron fist if they want to stay alive.
It's not always that you see Victory not hitting all of his shots back-to-back, but as I say that, he will be able to find Rai back-to-back twice, but the DPS just not in all of those shots, and he won't be taking down that player, I have to say. Mokka finds Man, Icon shut down one after the other. They only have Mio now to depend on, but the numbers on the side of Metrics just a little bit too strong. Metrics should be able to shut down Icon, and as I say that, Troop finds Mio, and they say goodbye to the players of Icon. Metrics will be able to survive. They will be able to continue playing the top 5, but now with this particular position, the top 3 even for themselves. As Sorry Raw continues their way in towards the players of GeekFam, Metrics now being forced to stay outside of the next zone, at the very edge at the very least, by the players of GeekFam as they start taking those shots one after the other. The only ones that can save them is a little bit of interference coming in from Todak now.
Yeah, and Todak, they actually got shot by Sorry Raw as well. So Todak, they are not in the best spot. GeekFam now with 10 kills under their belt. The rest of Torak still trapped in that building. You can see that Pedro, he's gonna make the first move. Someone has to make an entry, and Orin, he's gonna be the first point of contact against Pedro, hiding behind the fence. Pedro tries to go for the jump shot, but he's not gonna work out. The rest of Torak needs to come in fast. Orin, can he survive this? He's gonna not be able to win that fight, but there is back out there from Victory. They might lose Orin, but the rest of Todak, they're also suffering casualties as well. Geek Fam down to just 2 members. If you look at the map, everyone is coming in. Metrics also showing up as well. MTech does find John. Chill will be able to kill off the rest of EWG as EWG bows out in 5th place. Sorry Roar was able to get John back up. That means that they will still have their full squad with 7 kills under the belt. Sorry Roar rushing into the safe zone as well. Chill gonna be taken out one more time. Todak, can they win this fight? They find Shah. Amira gets found out by Mocha. Metrics is still in the party. Geek Fam kind of overlapping every single team. Victory wins the shot against Donkey as Geek Fam with 12 kills. That's equivalent to a booyah, and they are not done just yet, AJ.
No, absolutely not, man. They are still looking for more. Exact nearly taken down now. The zone playing its part, putting on a lot of pressure. They can't move on in just yet. They try to take that fight, try to jump on in, but Mocha with a takedown with a trip mine. Exact says goodbye in the most unfortunate of fashion. Toda with no more players left in here. Take on Sorry Raw. Metrics coming into the next circle as well with the fight group finds Pedro. Spark! Spark will be able to get the shutdown. What a crazy booyah picked up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Toda for the 3rd time in the grand finals of the FFCM Season 1. They strike, and they strike good.
Against all odds, Toda backs the hat trick, and man, Spark with one of the most incredible play. You saw the layering of those rules towards the end. It really bought enough time for Toda. They might have had the most kills, but they certainly keep themselves afloat. But guess what, Geek Fam? They're closing in very close behind. They were at an arm's length, but right now, they're within touching distance.
Toda, expected. Metrics, unexpected. And that is exactly what we can continue to expect out of these guys. Once again, we have to highlight and stress that Metrics scraped through to make it through to the grand finals in the 12th spot. But look at them now. Look at the decision making that's coming through. Look at the mechanical capability out there to take some of these fights. Granted, they couldn't take that final battle against Toda. That was just a little bit too overwhelming. But as to the rest of the situations that they dealt with all of the zone just moving them in, putting on so much of pressure, they still managed to play the consistency on that one day that it's most needed on. Metric seems to be able to deliver, Husky.
And that's just always kind of the pseudo model when it comes to competitive free fire. You can have the worst days during the league stage, but you just need to have the best day in the grand finals.
Correct.
And that's all that matters. And for Todak right now, they certainly have proved themselves to be one of the closest contenders. People might brush Todak off looking at the league stage result. Yeah, 60 points behind Geek Fam.
Yeah.
Good luck beating them in the grand finals. Guess what? They have repeated what Geek Fam did one year ago. 3 booyahs, and we still have 2 more rounds to go. And Todak, they have certainly set a record for themselves, and they should be really proud of what they've accomplished. The fight isn't over yet. The race is still ongoing, but this marathon is about to reach its final crescendo. And it feels like it will come down to Todak, Geek Fam, and probably Metrics.
And it's so crazy to hear you say that, because I do not hear the word Blacklist International. And the top 6 teams, they will be invited to the MCP majors, right? And this is what is even more crazier, something we clearly did not expect at all. Will Blacklist International not make it through? Because the last time we checked in on them, they were sitting down in the 10th spot. And it's just been unfortunate situation after unfortunate situation. We just don't see them, being able to sustain all the way through to grab a booyah for themselves. We expected them to hit hard at the grand finals. Instead, all we get is just soft little touches here and there, with promises of a little bit dominance later on that just never seems to come. Icon, on the other hand, this was one of the most aggressive parts of them that we've seen all throughout the competition. Early on, they spot a team close to where they want to drop by at Hangar, and they did not waste any time at all dropping by to say hello.
Yeah, and we also saw Team Princess for the 4th round just not finding any luck. And I don't know if it's luck that comes and that plays a part anymore, because it certainly did not seem so.
Yeah.
Geek Fam, on the other hand, just did AKO Steady Squad dirty. I feel like AKO Steady Squad thought that they were safe, but Geek Fam just crept in inch by inch. And an enemy that creeps, that is silently moving in the shadows is the most dangerous one, and Geekfam certainly proved that. But like you said, Icon had one of the best rounds. They, I think, almost bagged double-digit kills, and despite getting knocked out eventually, they certainly made a dent when it comes to the overall standings.
And Geekfam going up against the players of Blacklist International. This was the skirmish that left, one player left standing. At one point, Geekfam had 3 of their players down on the ground already, but it was a situation they managed to kind of get back under control. And it was not easy because it was this pressure all around them, even towards that final circle. And with Toda flanking around from that right-hand side, you would expect them to be able to control the east. But the unfortunate thing here for the side of Toda is that Geekfam was already in that final circle and they played so much of pressure from within it. But Toda, they managed that flank. They played all of that pressure against the players of Geekfam, and it was one straight landmine from Metrics that finished off a player from the side of Geekfam, and the safe zone took care of the rest. And then it was just Metrics versus Toda. Toda took it way too aggressively, but at the end, it would still be the one and only Geekfam right at the top with 19 points because of their aggressive maneuver in this particular lobby. Bagging 12 out of that 19 comes through from those skills. Toda in that second spot, just 1 point behind Geekfam, but overall on the leaderboards, you will see that Toda will be smiling year to year if the Fishers do smile in the first place. Sorry Raw in the third spot with 15 points, equaling up with Metrics. And once again, man, Metrics showing us the consistency. Sorry Raw showing us the consistency that teams like Blacklist International seem to be struggling with. And now it's no longer a point of whether Blacklist International will be able to get the #1 spot, but will they get invited to MCP Majors? That is the biggest question of them all now.
Yeah, and you also have Icon, who stepped up to the plate with 8 kills and 5 placement points, bagging themselves, 13 points in 5th place. Epic and EWG both fighting for 6th spot with 6 points. Freedom Rumble getting 3, Blacklist with 2, A-Kill Steady Swat only getting 1, and Secret Expert and Team Princess just had an unfortunate exit early on. And like you mentioned, despite Geekfam having a great round, Toda maintained their spot as the team with the most booyahs. They were tied with Geekfam, I believe, in the group stage, but right now, they certainly have the most booyahs in the grand final. So they offset the lead that Geekfam got for themselves, but the MVP this time is Fikri. We don't see this man often in the Hall of Fame, but he certainly showed up huge. Gate-capped Toda the best he could. Also did the same against EWG. Picked off a couple of members of Metrics and, earned his team 4 kills in the process. And I would say that Geekfam were a bit unlucky with the blue zone, but end of the day, it was Toda who got the better read.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And it was all about the movements. It's all about, being complacent as well with the save zone, right? Because Geekfam, they got the save zone. Toda, on the other hand, they had to play pressure. And all that they saw within that situation was, what's the best decision we can make for ourselves? Run straight in towards the enemy or flank around from the east and try to find those long-range engagements. And that just happened to be the best decision that they could make for themselves to bag the third and the most impressive booyah of the day. Round 1 went to Toda. Round 2 got pulled away from the team of Freedom Rumble. Round 3 and 4, consistency from the newly acquired team. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when this blue little shark evolved into the mighty Toda, they are gonna be the next kings. Potentially, I say potentially because Geekfam is still knocking at their door. 2 more rounds to go, and the Kings of O will be able to hit hard when they want to.
Yeah, and it's now whether the old generation will fall, because in this ocean of competition, the Swordfishers have shown that they are the apex predator as of now. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Toda with a crazy lead, 61 points in first place. Geekfam struggling to keep up with only 49 points. That's a 12-point deficit. Sorry Roar in third place with 43. Freedom Rumble in fourth place with 40 points. Metrics in 5th with 39, and Icon in 6th place with 33 points.
insane coming through from all of these teams in terms of the performance, especially from Metrics and Freedom Rumble, let alone Sorry Raw. They bring in the consistency back to back to back. Secret Expert, they started off strong and now they seem to falter just a little bit, but not too far away from the bulk load of the competition, sitting down the 7th spot with 32 points, 28 points picked up by EWG India so far, and they hold on to the 8th position. Earlier on, we did mention that Blacklist International were in the 10th spot. AKO were in the 9th position. It stays the same. They have not moved an inch, and this is just looking a little bit worrying for the Blacklist International brand. Such a huge brand with such a great presence within the esports industry. They will not be pleased with their position at all, and maybe that's the kind of motivation the players from Blacklist International need to fire right back up to the top. Epic and Team Princess closing off the leaderboards with the 11th and 12th spot with 13 and 8 points accordingly. And, you know, I just did not see this coming. Team Princess of them all. The team, the newcomers that was so impressive with the decision making, the mechanical capabilities, the ability to get into that final zone. They struggle all throughout in here today. And it brings true to our words earlier on at the start of the show. It doesn't matter how you did in the league stages. It's all about the performance of these 6 rounds, Husky.
Yeah, and that is one of the most brutal part of competitive Free Fire, right? You can have the best 4 weeks of your life, but if you falter for that one day, you are definitely going to suffer for, a couple of months in the off season. But, there is a reason why these guys get to play at the highest level. It's because of our sponsor. Yes, you heard it right. It is a Yes. So this tournament is sponsored by Yes, who is partnering with Free Fire to allow all survivors in Malaysia to be the first to play on 5G, a chance to claim an item bundle and play with no data consumption, all for free with the Yes FT 5G Free Fire SIM pack. Pre-order yours today at first25g.yes.my/freefire.
Yeah, they know exactly how to tease our survivors, don't they? I mean, not only is there absolutely no data consumption when you play Free Fire, they also give you a free item bundle to claim. That's enough to make me curious to go grab a SIM card for myself. And anyway, I was needing one for my iPad, so that's exactly what it is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I know I'm going to be making my booking now. Make sure you guys book one for yourself as well. Get it delivered to your doorstep, and you will be able to rock on all the way through. We're on the best connections in Free Fire. But good news will continue driving through to your ears.
Yep, and that is the viewer milestone reward. We have 3 milestones to hit. The first one is 30,000, where you all will get a 4x Fiery M1014 box. 35,000 will entail a Slither surfboard, and if we hit 45,000 concurrent viewer, we will unlock the first 2 rewards alongside the Thailand Championship t-shirt with the Phoenix Force logo at the forefront. So just like AJ said previously, how do you want to achieve it? Share the broadcast, share it with your friends, ask your friends, your families to do so. If you have multiple accounts, share it on all of those accounts. My girlfriends were watching some Netflix series and I got her to watch because I want that reward as well. So you all should also do the same.
I heard girlfriends, Husky. We need to clarify this. Multiple accounts?
6 singular. You're trying to get me into trouble, AJ.
Right, I tried. It's the last part of the video. Let's see if you guys get to have some of your dreams come true in here. Whether or not the challengers will be able to beat Mr. Wagger. We saw that the challengers managed to pick up quite a number of solid points on their side earlier on, with, I believe, Egypt just bagging quite a number on the side of Blacklist International. This time, it's Mr. Wagger's turn. And with his little flipper, he's gonna have a little bit of a problem, but I think he's gonna get a little bit of an assistance as well. Let's see exactly what happens.
And of course, Mr. Wagger, he has been styling on all of our challenges, while they were struggling with their legs tied together, with their hands tied, trying to catch water balloons. Mr. Wagger is just waggling, he's moonwalking, he's dancing, he's flexing on everyone with his muscular flippers. And now, even before the round starts, he's gonna put on a show, because that's how you hype yourself up for the final challenge.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Especially when it's, a game where you have to toss grenades, and the prerequisite to tossing a grenade is being able to hold the grenade. Flippers weren't meant to hold grenades, so I anticipate a little bit of a challenge here for Mr. Wagger, and I believe Mr. Wagger anticipates challenge for himself as well. we kind of tried to ask him exactly how he feels. He told us he needs a little bit of help. So we are gonna send in the one and only Haji Yat to help him out.
Yeah, and of course you can see, look at Mr. Wagger go. The first three does go wide, but sometimes you need a bit of trial and error, and Mr. Wagger is taking his time. He knows that he has a lot of opportunity to do so, and the first one is gonna drop from Mr. Wagger, and it will kind of be the only one from Mr. Wagger.
You know, the bigger embarrassment than not being able to perform on the grand finals is actually losing to Mr. Wagger in a game like that. Thankfully, everything goes in the way of the challengers. Mr. Wagger only managed to secure one of the score, so he gets 31. But on the side of the challengers, they get a total of 2 points. Because remember, we had to divide all of those scores by 4 because they outnumber Mr. Wagger and they beat him by 2 points. So if you made the bet, if you were supporting the challengers all throughout the competition stage, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, congratulations. They've just won it for you.
Yeah, and that is how champions were made. If you wonder what these teams or what some of these players do during their bootcamp, they are out beating penguins like Mr. Wagger, but no penguins were harmed in the making of this episode. So don't worry about that. And congratulations to our challengers, the representatives from both Geek Fam and Blacklist International, showing us what Free Fire is all about.
Absolutely. All of you guys, you went in there, you voted for the prize, but don't forget, you have to reach to the spot where you claim the prize. So please stay tuned till the end of the broadcast to be able to enjoy all of the rewards that you most definitely deserve. So far in the competition, 4 rounds have concluded, and Toda has proven to be one of the most dangerous as well as capable squads out here in Free Fire. But we do have some Kings of All. We do have some of them who are sitting down, near the bottom of the table, something we did not expect. You have to say the name, Blacklist International. In these final 2 rounds, they might hit, and they might hit hard. So Toda just needs to position themselves with the right strategies to get into that final circle, Husky. Potentially even change up some of their drop zones.
Yeah, and I wonder if Toda can finally complete the Holy Trinity. We have teams who got 3 booyahs in the grand finals. We call that the hat trick. But the Holy Trinity is getting booyahs on all 3 different maps. They've done it on Bermuda, both Bermuda maps. They've done it on Purgatory once, but they have not been able to secure that on Kalahari. And Kalahari was the map that they got knocked out with 0 points by Geek Fam. So what a poetic round number 5. Well, back on Kalahari and Toda, if they get this booyah, you know for sure that Toda is going to reign supreme as the new kings. But can they get to that point? We're about to find out.
Now let's see exactly what breaks down in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We called Kalahari the home of Blacklist International. And there used to be a saying, and I say they used to be because unfortunately in the grand finals, they don't seem to be hitting quite hard. The sun rises in the east in Kalahari, and it only sets when Blacklist International dawns upon you. But at the moment, the sun seems to have dawned on Blacklist International themselves, and their hopes seem to have been cut out. Bayfront is the spot that Blacklist International will go ahead and drop on in. And when it comes to Kalahari, no one's going to be touching them just yet. And Santa Catarina is going to be the home of Geek Fam. Everybody except Team Princess and Epic will be having a smooth sailing moment in the early stages of this round.
And I feel like we've seen this before. Team Princess not shy to take on any fight. They mostly have nothing left to lose, so it is all about getting those points and seeing what else they can bring to the table. And of course, it starts with taking on Epic at Council Hall. Coco is probably the one who is most unbothered, as he is just getting resources. But the rest of Team Princess, they actually can get out of Council Hall if they want to, but it feels like they are taking their time doing so.
Yeah, and if you guys are thinking that, okay, did they try to hot drop each other and chase each other, it's not really the case. Team Princess as well as Epic, both of them really like Council Hall in the group stages, in the league stages. It was just a situation where they were not in the rounds together, where we used to see them pick that drop spot. But in this situation where both of them are together, this was just bound to happen eventually. And the fight will kick off with Epic Ziga trying to find a position of defense for himself. Asian fires from across Team Princess. 2 P90s in the hands of Lux as well as his team member who holds onto the ground just beside him. It's going to be the one and only Ijatsa. They have got the SMGs. Close range combat they will be able to sustain, but they need to pick up and find a sniper from somewhere to be able to pressure the players of Epic from afar as well, or else this is just going to be a GG for them. And as you can see, there's one player from Team Princess who's already up and gotten away from this situation, trying to survive, trying to play the game of survival for themselves, if at all the 3 of his team members get taken down by Epic here.
Yeah, and I think that guy is none other than Jimmy Neo. I guess if you are in Team Princesses or Epic's position, you can play these kind of styles because it doesn't really affect the overall leaderboard, you know, in the bigger scheme of things. But I certainly want to see if Team Princess can at least shine through in one of these rounds, because if you put them side by side during the group stage, I would 100% say that Team Princess outshines Epic in almost every aspect, but that has not been true in the grand final so far. Ijasa will drop down from the cliff and should be able to make his way out of this if he wants to, but it seems like the decision right now is just to hold back Epic. And Jimmy Neo, he's actually not away. He went over to collect some resources. Now with some utilities to work with, he will rejoin the rest of his team, and Team Princess, they are ready to take on Epic.
Let's see what they can pull off in here as they set up this skirmish. Team Princess, they have managed to find 2 of those players, they've managed to get 2 of their players onto higher ground, play the game of information. Ijatsa, on the other hand, as he tries to spot a player, he will have to deal with a situation where the compound right before him gives the players of Epic that elevation that they so desperately need to take on Team Princess as well. And Coco gets sprayed down onto the ground. Jimmy Neo is not going to be able to find that kill just yet because of the elevation of this wall. But Lux now comes in for the finisher, and it looks like Coco might just get taken out of this equation. Lux with a P90 tries to spray him down, and Team Princess from afar, Sega Kepa, they try to fire back as well, but it's just going to be a game where the players of the Team Princess, they play all of the terrain to their advantage, finding cover, not using their glue walls, which they don't really have much of anyway.
Just finally, Team Princess were able to draw first blood and draw it on a team like Epic. It definitely doesn't seem much to other team, but for Team Princess, at least it's kind of a reassurance that they still have it in them. Ashen will be the second one to get knocked down, courtesy of Jimmy Neo once more, and unfortunately for the other members of Epic, they will not be able to retrieve their fallen comrades. So Ashen will be left out to dry. Team Princess now swings the corner. Siga gets spotted out as well. They also run into Kepler, and Kepler somehow speaks to everyone, but only for a while. Wants to bring Alpha XR down with him, but that will just not happen. Team Princess gets a wipe out onto Epic.
It's just a matter of time, and now Team Princess will be able to soar above Epic. The last time we took a peek at the overall leaderboard, Epic set in that 11th spot. Team Princess were down below them in the final position with just 8 points. And now picking up 4 from the 40s, they should be able to launch up and above. Mayo finds Moon. AKO will take on Icon, and AKO as they try to hit back. Mr. D, he will be bandaging himself up just a little bit before he jumps right back into the fray of things. Ajin Pu, on the other hand, he tries to spray down these players of Icon who are trying to execute this pinch push. 2 of those players in here with the flank, but the rest of those players need to play this patiently, cautiously. They need to play the game of survival, whilst the rest, those 2 players who are going in here for the flank, repositions themselves accurately. Zero, with so much of pressure played on, Flame uses the terrain to his advantage. Yun trying to pull off the pinch from the left-hand side as well, will be found by 2 players, has to expand his blue walls, runs back behind the tree. Smart decision, because you cannot be expanding those blue walls unnecessarily out here in the open.
Yeah, if Icon wants to get a pincer move going, they have to do it fast, because both Yun and Flame, they are playing that decoy, they are playing that pressure point on the side of Icon, but there's only so much that they could take before the chain finally breaks. You can see that Mana Neo, they finally found a point where they could kind of bunker down and provide some support fire, but there's the issue number 2. AKO Steady Squad are on the high ground. It's very hard to fight into them like that. And somehow Yun's gonna get knocked down by Zero, kind of what we expected. But on the other side of the map, near Council Hall, it's back to International. They're gonna run into Team Princess shortly with Cobra at the front line. Yun getting knocked down is kind of the beginning of the end. One of the strongest players of Icon has been knocked out, and Flame
He's gonna be the next on the chopping block, and I don't think Icon can do much against AKO City squad. Alpha XR will lose the fight against Cobra. Kind of what we expected when you go up against a deadly snake. And Cobra, he will be able to hold this location.
Blacklist International, they haven't been doing good so far, so they need to hustle up, looking for those early kills. Alpha down onto the ground, executed. Jim and Neo pushed down onto his knees as well. Knockdown. Cobra will have the grappling hook to get the position up on top of that roof. Tries to play the advantage, spots a player right above, then sprays him down, but that's exactly when he gets the information that they are gonna get third parties. So information relayed back to the rest of these team members, and Team Princess needs to be executed here and now, and Blacklist International needs to be on their way. They heard those gunshots. They made that rotation from Bayfront in towards Council Hall, which is quite the risky play if you ask me. Instead of moving in towards the center of the zone, you move far out. But Blacklist International, they're desperate. Not only are they desperate for a win, they're desperate for those kill points to make sure they can sustain their way right up to the top. Cobra tries to look down for the final player. Ijat Sir shut down, and Team Princess makes their exit as the 11th squad, and they will continue to suffer at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Oh, guess who is at the knocking on the door of Big Fam is Freedom Rumble, with Neptune winning the fight against Fan 04. Huge pickoff in the favor of Freedom Rumble. Neptune wants to go for more, but gets punished by Exact. But guess what? Neptune's actually there. Then Gorin finds Cloud. It's gonna be a 2 versus 2 as of now. Can they retrieve Exact? Neptune, he is running circles around the members of Geek Fam, and now he makes it onto the balcony. Orin tries to chase him down, but Neptune will finally take Exact down once more. Neptune is still alive. Neptune goes up against Orin, falls down, and Orin will win that one, but not before Neptune finds victory himself. Orin is the last man alive. Freedom Rumble wants to go for the cleanup, and Freedom Rumble does it. Geek Fam, they do not make it out alive, and Freedom Rumble will get all 4.
Freedom Rumble just continuing all of that momentum that they found early in the competition. And this was the team I was looking out for, because they really know how to bag it when they focus on some of their objectives in here. It may have not been apparent all throughout the league stages, but it was clear that the one thing they were doing during the league stage was just purely trying to perfect some of their strategy, some of their gameplay, and it's paying off huge at the grand finals. And as we know, the slice of the pie at the grand finals is so much more interesting, right? So much more to die for. And even if you place really, really well at the league stages, not saying you're not going to be able to bite a huge chunk off, but it's just so much more rewarding when you strike when people least expect you to. And Freedom Rumble playing possum all throughout the league stages, nobody expected them to aggress on this big, especially Geek Fam, thinking that they could slice them down, but no, no, no. Only Clowns was sacrificed in that skirmish, and now Command Post once again held on firmly by the players of Freedom Rumble, and they should be able to take on Secret Expert next as well.
And guess what? We haven't seen any action from Todak, and this is what is good about being in the lead when you have so much of an advantage like you have in Todak. And this is exactly what we saw about Geek Fam when they got that triple booyah last year as well. The final few rounds, you could just play as safe as possible. It's not about the kills anymore. It's not about being the aggressors. It's about being a survivor. And Todak, they're playing that to perfection, not wanting to be involved in any action. They know that as long as they get good placement points, there's no way any teams can catch up to them. And one of the contenders, one of the closest competition, Geek Fam, who were 12 points behind them, have been knocked out in 10th place by Freedom Rumble, who was 21 points behind Todak. And with that turn of events, Todak are so secured in that first place, and you know, getting close to the crown as well. Metrics, on the other hand, under heavy fire from Icon, you have Rai, who is profusely bleeding out on the bridge, and Metrics have no way to get him out. So Icon will pick off 1 kill off of the hands of Metrics.
And as well as Mio, duo still alive and kicking for the side of Icon. Icon still has got quite a great opportunity to rise up to the top 3 as long as they play this well and smart. Sorry Raw taking on Toda. This is not a fight Sorry Raw needs early on, and they are trying to back away from this engagement. They know exactly what is awaiting them. Imira, great play with the time turner, pulls out the glue wall as well, will be able to survive that encounter, but unfortunately Pedro will be able to find Imira's back and shut down. AKO off screen, punishing the players of EWG, and Toda just running rampant in Kalahari as well. You wanted the Holy Trinity to be delivered on a silver platter, and it looks like Toda is swimming directly towards you with it, Husky.
And the only competitor of Todak has been eliminated. Alfie will find a good headshot onto Donkey, and they will take him back home. I mean, Alfie escorts Donkey out back to the lobby. Todak with a mere 3 kills. It might not see much, but in that position, kills don't matter as much to Todak. They can play as freely as they want. We'll see if Freedom Rumble will be able to quell the aggression of Todak. Freedom Rumble, when they play their best, they are unstoppable. Even the likes of Geek Fam will find it a bit hard to deal with Freedom Rumble at their best. But the problem is their Nitro Charge performance takes way too long to come online, and you don't really know when Freedom Rumble will display their best round. Maybe this is going to be it, but I would say that they need a bit more to even have a chance to catch up to Todak.
I'm on a Metrics bandwagon, and I know Holler will be so happy to see these guys perform, man. I mean, he was asking for Metrics to step it up all throughout the league stages whenever he was casting, and they just didn't bless him with these plays, right? Finally, on the day of the grand finals, Holler, I know you're watching, I know you're listening, man. Look at them rise up to the top, and now they've got the perfect position, I believe, later on to pressure Blacklist International as well. Blacklist International keeping an eye on the boys of Toda. This is gonna be most definitely a very rewarding fight if Blacklist International can shut them down. Miro fight still. They now have information that it is Toda in front of them, and Blacklist International gonna get way more aggressive in the next few seconds.
Yeah, and Blacklist International not willing to give this spot up. They did fight tooth and nail. They suffered 2 major losses in round 3 and 4. So taking out Todak will be a great step towards success, but still using the grappling hook to great perfection, optimizing that distance that he covers. Now they all get to safety, and all that commotion is going to eventually attract Metrics. And now you wonder, how is Todak gonna do this? They are also spread out, but at the same time, they can also get some backstab in if you know, Blacklist lets their guard down. There is one isolated member of Todak in the midst of things, and that's Pido. He is caught out in the open. Cobra sniffs him out. The rest of Todak will not be able to provide any backup. Can Pido hold his own? Because the rest of Blacklist, they're swarming in. They want any members of Todak they can get, and starting out with Pido will be a great win.
Toda, what a beautiful feigned retreat they try to set up for the players of Blacklist International, but nobody gets sucked in. The way they rotated around, they just avoided that whole skirmish, and now Blacklist left with an empty hand. They could not take advantage of that situation. Freedom Rumble got too comfortable at command post, and now 2 teams knocking on their doors at the very same time. AKO as well as EWG. Now, as we talk about Metrics and Toda, Metrics has 1 player found by Toda on the ground. No kill coming through just yet. Off screen, all of that battle continues. Freedom Rumble, they get blessed with the next zone as well. They should be able to gatekeep EWG, but it's not as easy as that. Riven gets found by Miro. Toda not going to be happy with that steal at all.
Yeah, and Blacklist International fighting for scraps, and they're getting some in the bag. Ali will now put in some work and take it. No, that's the 5th one for Blacklist International. EWG will have to go to command post, one of Freedom Rumble's playground, and it's not going to be easy. Mantai also under heavy fire. Freedom Rumble, if they want to hold a compound, you best believe that they will hold it until their final breath. You do have AKO Steady Squad that to worry about, but Freedom Rumble doesn't seem too concerned. In fact, Blacklist International have a very good position as well. Miro holding onto this tower, getting a clear view of Metrics. Cobra is now going to join him. Todak is also there on a lower level compared to Metrics and Blacklist. And we'll see how they traverse this. But for Freedom Rumble, it's all about beating AKO Steady Squad, and Mr. D gets a good shot onto Too Fast.
Yeah, finally, Mr. D. Oh, grenade says hello. Oh, glue wall. Time turner pulled out. What great anticipation in response. But now Too Fast down on the ground. Neptune needs to play a game of survival here. Tries to get away. Glue wall chaos all around him. This is just a moment's panic as he responds to the situation, and things will not turn out well for Neptune. Oh, it actually does. All of that maze of glue wall traps AKO. Moon unable to find him. Neptune gets away just for that final moment. Knocks Moon down onto the ground. Neptune and Vegeta. What a response by Freedom Rumble. And now AKO pressured by the zone. Moving back. Neptune finds a knock, and they will not be able to get away just yet. Ajin Buu not able to get saved. Freedom Rumble still with the pressure from the back. Vegeta finds Ajin Buu. Freedom Rumble still surviving, and AKO running away with the tail between their legs, and Afik finishes off AKO. Freedom Rumble still surviving all through that.
Well, Freedom Rumble took them on a merry-go-round ride, and man, AKO got absolutely outplayed. But Freedom Rumble are in a dangerous spot. Miro does get knocked down, but he gets picked back up. Ngan was able to find the remnants of EWG, and that's the end of EWG in 8th place. Now, We have 17, so only 17 players left. Chill not able to win that fight. Spark also on the ground. Pedro comes in as a backup, takes out Man. Builds up the blue one, let's go for the revive. And Pedro shines through. 6 kills for Toda, and they all survive.
Oh, this is just an absolute insane day of grand finals. Freedom Rumble, Vegeta still alive and kicking. Pedro finding that kill. Toda right back on their feet. A full squad. Toda, are they going to be able to secure the Holy Trinity for themselves, ladies and gentlemen? Boys and girls, Vegeta fights Haji this time round, but he will get picked right back up. Vegeta, what kind of position he will be able to play in the next circle is a little uncertain. It's all wide in the open. Sorry, Raw gets eliminated. Freedom Rumble still alive and kicking. Ali down onto the ground. Blacklist will not be able to save him. Metrics gets eliminated all throughout that chaos. Freedom Rumble, Vegeta now sneaking on in as the solo player. Toda fighting it, the players of Blacklist International together with Secret Expert, and together they try to finish them off. Vegeta gets a knock onto the player of Secret Expert. Hides on through. Spark finds a nade. Nga and Pahaji shut down. And Freedom Rumble still surviving. Vegeta trigger discipline, not reacting to the situation at all, and everybody else focuses on taking out Taken. Secret Expert making their way through to the final circle, but drops out in the 3rd spot, and it's all up to Vegeta now, but it's quite impossible, isn't it, King?
Yeah, Holy Trinity has been achieved. Toda with the 4th Booyah in this grand final. 4 out of 5 so far. Kalahari is in the back, and Toda knows that they have done it. 4 Booyahs. The Holy Trinity has been achieved. Call it what you want, but Toda have made history in Free Fire, at least in the competitive scene. Malaysia will rejoice for Toda. This is their first season in competitive Free Fire. They came in at the very last week of the league stage and in the best possible timing. Finished 2nd place in the league stage. Grand Finals isn't over yet, but Toda have already prepared a celebratory party because they know that this one is pretty much secured.
Expect the unexpected on the final day of the Free Fire Challengers Malaysia Season 1. As a matter of fact, throughout the whole of the league stages, we were just being hit by one after another, surprise after surprise. And I have to say, the biggest surprise of the day is seeing Blacklist International actually struggle on these maps. Seeing them even struggle on a map like Kalahari is most definitely one we did not expect all throughout. But witnessing the rise of Toda today has just been something absolutely special. And I dare say it has been the best day throughout their whole FFCM journey so far.
Yeah, and I would say for Toda as an organization, this is an affirmation that they made the best possible acquisition in competitive Free Fire for Malaysia. There is no other organization right now. Even the top ones like Blacklist or Geek Fam could expect this, right? You pick up a team that has no organization to back them up, came into FFCM with just very minor roster changes, and proceed to potentially win the whole thing. That's 45,000 ringgit almost in the bag, and the only thing stopping Toda from getting that prize money is they still have to play one more round. So let's take a look at the highlights from round number 5, because this is almost a Toda highlight reel. But we do have other moments. We have Geek Fam stepping up to the plate. We have AKO Steady Squad making some dents. We have Freedom Rumble basically outplaying AKO Steady Squad. But other than that, I feel like it's just Toda all over the scoreboard.
Oh yeah, let's not forget Freedom Rumble actually finished off the players of Geek Fam, and that was just an absolute stunner of its own, as Geek Fam thought they had the best of this fight. Orin was the final player standing towards the end of the skirmish. Neptune was in front of him. He managed to knock, and by the way, this move by Neptune was crazy. I thought he was going to get the knock onto Orin, but it was not. I did not expect to see Vegeta in the fight as well. He just came out of nowhere, and Too Fast GG secures that final kill. And it was just all-out numbers gameplay by Freedom Rumble, overwhelming Geek Fam in that final fight, and just disable Geek Fam from catching up to Toda. And I'm not saying that they're out of the run just yet, but that was a huge slap in the face, and at the very least, a good play from the side of Freedom Rumble to hold on to keep their chase for the top 3, or potentially even now top 2, alive and kick in.
Yeah, and for those who might not be aware of the stakes, other than the championship title, the top 6 team gets invited into MCP Major Season 3. So you might not end up being the champions of FFCM, but at least you get yourself a spot in the upcoming majors. So it's still pretty crucial for teams who are out of the running for the crown to maintain in the first half of the overall scoreboard. Before we look at that, let's take a look at what Todak has amassed for themselves. 13 kills. We talk about how kills isn't really the forefront of their priorities, but they still back 13 nonetheless, because why not? 25 for Todak in total. Blacklist finally comes in second alongside Freedom Rumble with 15 points. Secret Expert in 4th place with 11 points. Metrics in 5th place with 7 points. And AKO Steady Squad ties with Sorry Roar for 6th place with 6 points.
Yep, sorry, Raw, like you said, in that 7th spot with the 6 points. Icon in the 8th position with 5 points, 4 points taken up by Team Princess, 3 by EWG in the 10th spot. Geek Fam, surprisingly, or to no surprise of Freedom Rumble, who were quite confident in that fight. They dropped them down to the 11th spot. 2 points overall picked up by Geek Fam, and Epic in the miserable last spot in here. But more than this, I am curious about the final standings as of now, the overall standings, I have to say, as of now, because it's just a curious point as to where Toda sits and how possible is it for the other teams to catch up to them. Is a team like Freedom Rumble in a position to catch up with Toda? Is a team like Sorry Raw gonna still be in the running? And who does not make it into the top 6? Because Blacklist International securing the 15 points here puts them back into a favorite position to be able to make it through to the MCP Major. And it's gonna be a huge blow if they don't, man.
Yeah, and of course, we have the MVP for round number 5. It's going to be none other than Neptune. We saw him completely obliterate Geek Fam and also outplaying AKO Steady Squad. AKO Steady Squad came in with full force, the whole team wanting to find the remnants of Freedom Rumble, but the movements of Neptune was just unparalleled. It felt like he was a shadow that AKO was trying to box the entire game, and they just could not find the shadow. So really good performance from Neptune. And one thing I want to bring up is that throughout all the grand finals locally, there hasn't been a team that breaks the 100-point mark for a grand final. And Todak, they are well on their way to do so. And the last round, if they get a good match, they wouldn't just break the record for most booyahs in the grand finals, they also will be the first team to break 100 total points in the grand finals. And right now, they sit at 86 points, completely out of range. Even Freedom Rumble in second place is 31 points away. Todak certainly got this in the bag. Now it's more of setting a record for competitive Free Fire.
Unless Toda now exits this next matchup in that first, as the 12th team, and Geek Fam or Freedom Rumble bag a massive 20-kill booyah, which is not unheard of, which is not something that we're not familiar with. It is most definitely possible at the grand finals of the Free Fire Challengers Malaysia Season 1. You can expect the unexpected, but I don't know if that sort of unexpected should be expected, right? So let's leave that for the taking, as the final round will be, dawning upon us in a little bit. Freedom Rumble, like you said, in the second spot, 55 points. Geek Fam, 51 points. Third spot, Sorry Raw, 4th position, 49 points. 3 points below them sits Metrics, and this is one of the biggest success stories for this brand to be able to make it up to this point. And make it look so effortless with their potential in here that they have brought out for display. Secret Expert, they hold on to that 6th spot, 43 points. Icon, Blacklist International, as well as EWG, they are quite close to making it into the MCP Major, but beyond that, they also want a bigger slice of this pie. 7th, 8th, and 9th spot they sit down, and towards the bottom you have AKO Steady Squad, Epic, as well as Team Princess wrapping up the leaderboards. And AKO Steady Squad, they continue to struggle even at the grand final, Sasuke.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to remember, Metrics, this brand is definitely not unheard of. They were here in the in FFMC, but at the same time, this is their second competitive league with a completely new roster. So there's certainly a degree of representation, right? How good is the roster overhaul? And so far, I would say pretty darn good. The fact that we supported them from their first debut with their initial roster, and that one was more of like, we show more support, but we know it's pretty hard for them to get through. Right now, they are one round away from making history. But of course, we still have one more round to go, and all of this is possible and powered by and sponsored by our one and only Yes. We're partnering with Free Fire to allow all survivors in Malaysia to be the first to play on 5G, a chance to claim an item bundle and play with no data consumption, all for free with the Yes FT 5G Free Fire Sim Pack. So pre-order yours today at first5g.yets.my/freefire.
And you can drop a pre-order. This is the most surprising one, right? You don't really have to go into the store and make that pre-order or whatsoever. Just a simple link for you guys to hop onto and show your interest. You should be picking up on this opportunity. It's not just about the free bundle that's in there. It's all about the no data consumption part when you play Free Fire. That is the huge seller for me, which I most definitely am going to be taking advantage of. And speaking of taking advantage, who can take advantage of this next round? It's going to be Toda, but will they slack off or will they go for that Juggernaut 100 point? But speaking of the, Juggernauts in here, we still have the giveaways awaiting all of y'all.
Yeah, and we have 3 milestones. The first one is 30,000 with 4 times Fiery M101 for box. 35,000 gives you all a Slither surfboard. And if we make it to the pinnacle of the milestone reward at 45,000, you all get a Titan Championship t-shirt. And also you will unlock all of the previous mentioned rewards. So do remember, share the live stream with everyone. Get your friends, your families, your girlfriends, your ex-partners. Just get them to share the stream, because all we care about is the reward and of course the enjoyment of Free Fire. So you all know what to do.
Be very clear when you when you approach your exes, asking them to share. And if you're already in a current relationship with someone else, be very clear in that message as to why you're messaging them. Okay?
Yeah.
It will cause unnecessary problems. We do not want that for you guys. We just want to unlock the PCB reward so we can all be happy together. But yes, please do reach out to your exes as well. It most definitely will help us get there.
I'm hearing fireworks outside my building right now, and I think the world, or at least my area, is celebrating the success of Todak's story in this grand finals. And I hope by the end of this round, regardless of the result, those fireworks will continue to ring true and put a sparkle in the air. Maybe we'll see the Swordfish logo shine as well. But in this very blissful night, I think Todak will go to sleep in a very peaceful manner after a bit of a celebration. But we can't celebrate too early, because regardless of the current results, we still have to play out all of the rounds. And this is where it all ends. Purgatory, round number 6. 1 round, 1 champion. Let's find out who that would be.
Who will it be? Will it be Toda, who just breaks the records with the overall pickup of points within the grand finals? Or is it going to be a different team? Potentially Freedom Rumble or Geek Fam. Even Sorry Raw metrics, if you put it out, if you want to go out on a long stretch, who will be able to bag a juggernaut of a round together with a booyah, massive kills, and secure this for themselves. Something different this time in Purgatory. The players of Toda dropping into Lumber Mill as well as Fire Brigade. Usually they just drop in towards Fire Brigade and then later on go in for the rotation. Central's going to be picked up by Geek Fam, and I feel like this is why they want to move in towards Lumber Mill, right? They don't really want to skirm off with the players of Geek Fam. And from the early get-go, great decision-making coming through from Toda.
And Todak, Lumber Mill is their comfort zone, so there's no surprise we see them there. In the first Purgatory round, in round number 3, we did see them split up a bit more, but I do think what you were saying earlier on could ring true. There's no need to engage in any sort of skirmishes, but for AKO Steady Squad and Team Princess, these two teams, they are just fighting for scraps. Obviously, AKO Steady Squad need a miraculous round to make it to top 6 and get the qualification ticket, but Team Princess might just be the one who stops them in this fact. Zero completely gets flanked by Jimmy Neo. That Tommy gets just gonna spray him into oblivion. AKO Steady Squad cannot retrieve anyone. They do get a knock on the Aegis. Mr. Yi putting some bodies on the ground, but unfortunately they were not able to find any finisher. Jimmy Neo also on the heavy fire, but he was able to prone down and duck from all of these incoming bullets. So far, Team Princess off to a good start.
And this might just be the wake-up call that's needed for the AKO Steady Squad to reassess some of their decisions that they've been making all throughout the competition. Once again, star-studded lineup, but with nothing much to show throughout the competition in terms of the points that they managed to garner on the leaderboards. They scraped through, they made it through to the grand finals, and in the grand finals, it's still a struggle. Mr. D, found by Ijat Sir. Ajin Bu with a great play with the time turner, fires back, but the timing is just a little off as Lux finds the bullets on him a little too early. Moon tries to play a game of survival, but with all of these players from the side, I hope he does not fire at them, and he actually does, reveals his position. There's no way he's gonna get out of this right now.
And the current record for most points garnered in a grand finals was actually by auto knockout during MC, the Free Fire Malaysia Championship last year, which they bagged 99 points, just 1 point short of the 100 mark. And we'll see if Toda can break that. But what we do know right now about auto knockout steady squad is that they are about to be absolutely broken. He just drives in knowing that this one is pretty much in the bag. AKO steady squad ends their run in the grand finals in last place.
A little unfortunate for AKO Steady Squad, but now Team Princess, they need to be careful as well, because just beyond the horizon, it looks like they are about to get shut down from the West Team Epic on the slow approach. And if Epic is able to find them, it's not going to be too big of an issue. Both of these teams are struggling at the very bottom of the overall leaderboard, but it will definitely be an equal fight that will put Team Princess at a huge disadvantage later on in that circle. It's just no point going in for a Pyrrhic victory where you get to win these early skirmishes but not be able to pull off any great points in that final circle. And hopefully both of these teams understand that and play a safer game towards the next safe zone. Metrics backing away from the players of Toda. Toda still keeping their heads down low, sticking by the water column just to make sure they've got a little bit of the fresh water through their gills before they attack anyone. And then this all comes straight towards them as well, right? What better way to be blessed by the gods of RNG?
Oh, I'm loving the circle. We might end up, having some body of water to work with in between the main island of Brasilia and of course the southern side with Central Fire Brigade and Lumber Mill. You can see at Toda, they actually didn't move too far away. They left Lumber Mill, they ended up on the south of campsite where Matrix is temporarily comfortably sitting at, with Freedom Rumble on the east. But Toda, they are spreading themselves thin, trying to cover more ground, and we'll see if they will run into any of these teams, and if they do, I want to see how they respond. Because so far, Toda has dealt with every single disadvantage situation in a very graceful manner.
Yeah, I really love the utility management coming through from the players of Toda as well, right? They really know exactly which one of these players to kind of pile on all of these glue walls as well as grenades too. You see them sharing it out quite well, because it's all about the strengths of each and every single player that's brought in combination in some of these battles. And now Toda might just be able to test out some of the strategy against a team that is hungry for their spot, Freedom Rumble. And it's not going to end up well if Freedom Rumble gets into the skirmish. Vegeta, Clowns, I don't think they have spotted this player just yet, but they are moving ever so slowly towards the compound of Toda. Toda will be able to ambush them, and the setup has already come through. Toda doesn't need to do much, but Pedro actually steps out from his defense, fires against Vegeta. No gun discipline there at all, and I'm not so sure as to what the reasoning was for that, but I believe they have waited for Freedom Rumble to come close enough. Running away from this position is uphill. Freedom Rumble is caught in a tight corner. All right in terms of the decision from the side of Toda, but they could have just allowed them to come a little bit closer in for that sucker punch.
Yeah, and speaking of sucker punch, Geek Fam, they get tagged a bit by the members of Epic, and Epic will try to run in. This is them against Geek Fam. The two closest contenders to Toda are Geek Fam and Freedom Rumble, and even that, it felt like it's a distance away. Big Green does have a couple of nades to work with. Orin gets a good shot at the Kappa, but Cobra from behind. Blacklist International chips in, and Zack is out of the picture. Orin was able to secure one for himself, but Geek Fam already lost two, and now it's down to Orin and Man04. The best dynamic duo of Geek Fam. Can they stand up to the task? It seems like Coco says no. Orin gets knocked, and Man04 is the last man standing, and by gods, it's a rare sight to see Geek Fam, the best duelist in the entire league, just cower behind a mere couch. Geek Fam, they're certainly out of the equation, and Blacklist International will now join in as the new variant. As Giga will get found out, and Miro will finish him off.
Yeah, they want to go in here and pick up those early kill points, but a lot of aggression early in the rounds has punished the players of Blacklist International. Hopefully, they don't get caught out. Man 04,
my goodness.
great corner. He holds on to, and it looks like he's not going to be spotted at all. Great play. Cobra just jumps right out. It looks like the Snake is good at striking, but not really great at detecting enemies.
Yeah, they say the snake is blind, so if you don't make any moves, he can't detect your vibration, he won't be able to strike, and I guess Man 04 knows that, so he's just trying to stay as still as he can, and it works. Blacklist International leaves the area only to run into the remnants of Epic. Ashen does get it down to Phoenix, but he's all alone, and well, he does have Coco with him. Miro does have a nade available. The Phoenix is already eliminated. The first nade does go wide, but Miro has plenty agilities to work with. 8 glue walls, and the second nade does land onto Coco. So now it's all down to Ashen, and it will not be any good for Epic. They will be the second team to get knocked out.
I like that the character is gender fluid. Love the tutu. Perfect on the color combination as well. Miro, what a shutdown. Blacklist International, 4 kills in here so far. They're looking for a little bit more, but how much will they be able to help themselves? We have to wait and see, because once again, all of these aggressive approaches comes with quite a heavy price, and they have lost Phoenix already. They have to just keep their heads down low and play placement points at the very least before they strike once again. They're very close to the top 6, as a matter of fact. Just getting about 10 points alone should put them in a great position. With the current kills that they have, just playing pure placement points will be more than enough. And it looks like that is not the idea here. Blacklist International, they continue to forge on. Team Princess will be found. Alpha XR with the opening shots again. Oh my lord, they find Cobra! Jimmy Neo, will they be able to punish Blacklist International? And this might just break the hopes of that MCP major run.
Yeah, and Blacklist International, if they don't make it, it will be the first time in the history of Blacklist that they don't make it to a major event by direct invite. And this is a scary situation for Blacklist to be in. Team Princess, they know that they have nothing to lose. It is time to let loose and play free. Cobra setting out with those line of blue walls to sneak through, and Lux GZ wants to go for the interception, but Cobra will be able to survive that, at least for now. Blacklist International sneaks 2 members into the house on that eastern side. They do leave 1 member on the flank. Maybe that's gonna be the backstab that they need, the X factor that they would need to surprise the members of Team Princess, but Aegis does have 4 more nades to work with, so Cobra is going to run out and go for the challenge. Lux GZ will find Miro, but Miro still stays safe with a couple of blue walls to work with. It's a very scattered fight for both teams, and Cobra is down to half health. Lux GZ getting challenged as well. It's going to be a 2 versus 1. Miro just running away, not attempting to go for any sort of challenge, but he does buy time for Cobra to down 1. Cobra with the second on the board, as Team Princess now finds himself in a bad spot. Alpha XR tries to go for the revive. Jimmy No playing guard as well. Cobra just standing in front of him and is bandaging himself up with 0 regards for his safety. And Cobra, with that amount of confidence, will allow Miro to come in to pick out Alpha XR. Team Princess, they thought they trapped Blacklist, but they were the ones who are trapped with Blacklist right now. Blacklist International finds 2 kills. Aegis, sir, he's gonna be the next one to go down. And Blacklist, they have found their stride. Jimmy Nyoro, with the last survivor of Team Princess, he will be hunted down by Blacklist International.
And Cobra was the main man responsible for this annihilation of Team Princess. The decision-making from Cobra twice before all of those fights started. Initially, he was in a defensive position, trying to just cut down the distance between himself as well as the rest of the players. Because if there's one thing and one position where Cobra is absolutely effective in, it is those CQCs, those close quarter combat. He needs the engagement to be face-to-face for him to be able to strike well. And it was the nades that he had to manage with first. And as he darted back and forth from one glue wall to another, he managed to play that game of survival. And then when he hit back, Blacklist International, they looked unstoppable for the time being. But now Toda, Spark went in there for a quick swim, did not expect it to be sprayed down. Imira as well as Jan. Let's see if or not they will be able to punish the players of Toda. Sorry, Raw, this duo, what can they pull off against one of the most dominant teams at the grand final so far?
Yeah, the swordfish not used to fresh water, and that's how Spark instantly drowned.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. I mean, sorry, Rory. The fact that the matter of fact is, if they stay alive long enough, they would guarantee a qualification into the MCP major. So for Todak to not take them out is good news for Sorry Roar.
And of course, Todak right now, they know that they're in a comfortable spot, but they're not going to let their guard down. It's all about setting a record. It's all about sending a statement. They might not have come super close in the league stage, but grand finals, they certainly pulled ahead of everyone else. And despite us seeing a miraculous round in the league stage, set by Geek Fam with I think 34 total points, it's almost impossible to replicate in this state right now. The fact that, Geek Fam, they're only left with Man 04, Blacks International with 3 members, Freedom Rumble also not looking too hot as well. So we'll see how things are gonna transpire. Toda, at least they don't have the full squad with them, but Metrics, they might run into Freedom Rumble.
Freedom Rumble, they have a lot to fight for in here currently. They hold on to that second spot, and that basically means quite a huge chunk of this pie. You do not want to be losing it to a couple of predators who are hungry out there. An engagement, Metrics starts things off. Metrics, they are earning quite a name for themselves in this competition. Let us not forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, where Freedom Rumble sits on right now, they might be able to earn 20,000 for themselves. And if they drop one spot, they will drop a couple of tiers together with that spot as well. But now, Metrics, Freedom Rumble, and Toda all moving in towards the next zone. Sorry Raw is there as well. Will be challenged by EWG in a couple of seconds, but that body of water most definitely gonna pay dividends to the side of Sorry Raw. But they just have to hope that Toda doesn't turn around and pressure them from the back later on as well. And as I say that, Jan gets knocked down by Jay. Sorry Raw, if they lose him, there's just gonna be one final player left for survival.
And EWG, they need to cut down Sorry Raw to get across, so that's exactly what they're gonna do. And speaking about getting across, we have Icons wanting to cross this bridge, and they will have to deal with Blacks International. But Icon, they do have the numbers advantage to Cobra playing up close and personal with a nade, and he's playing around and under the bridge, making it him a very hard target for Icon to kind of identify and take out. And they do have Ali and Miro to provide the suppressive fire. You can see that Icon, they know that they need to get rid of this Cobra. They cannot have this Cobra under the bridge, and everyone just swarms Cobra, and Cobra is gonna be dead. Blacks International completely loses grip of this checkpoint, and they will be forced to retreat. Metrics did chip in from afar, but that's as much that they are gonna get. Secret Expert is still nearby, and Secret Expert now sits at 6th place, 43 points, a very dangerous spot. Qualifications to MCP Major on the line. They need to survive this.
Yeah, and even if they do not make it through, there's still the play-ins. But for a brand like Blacklist International, that's definitely not something that you want to be betting on, right? You want to be getting invited to the MCP majors. That's exactly how they fly. But it just doesn't seem to be an easy road. Sorry, Raw, trying to play a game of survival. Jan picks right back up by Amira. But as I say that, Jan dropped down onto the ground. Amira trying to play a game of survival. 33 HP left. Has got the shotgun, but absolutely no space. Manchai shuts him down. And EWG overtake that compound a little too easily. Geek Fam makes that exit as well. You can expect the unexpected at our grand finals. We promised you that, and we deliver. What a play by all of these brands. And now that just sets up Toda for an amazing, crazy potential 5th booyah of the competition. I don't know if it's going to be possible, but if they hit that, my friend, they will not only be making creating history here, but they will just crack so many hits open as they bewilder us by how they've managed to maintain this consistency. Smack in the middle of the next zone, they are ready for the battle.
And you can see the Todak poised and prepared. They might not have the full squad, but they certainly have the grit. When you are on such a roll, you would feel unstoppable, and Todak certainly, they don't just feel unstoppable, they are unstoppable. And maybe Freedom Rumble can put that to an end. But Metrics, they are gonna get a couple of shots onto members of Icon, and Icon, they're running straight into EWG. So at this juncture, let's see what Icons can pull out of their hats. Certainly dealing with fires from two very, very distinct angles. It will be super hard for Icon to kind of navigate this without suffering some casualties. They do get a knock onto I think Flame, onto Yun, excuse me. And Mocha is gonna be down Yun. Neos also gets knocked down as well. Blacklist International, they all perish to the blue zone. Icon finally gets knocked down, but the blue zone is killing everyone off, and now we are in the final leg of this round. Freedom Rumble against Todak. Who will win this challenge?
Freedom Rumble, can they secure one booyah here for themselves? Too fast, GG. He finds a player who wraps around him instead. Pedro shuts him down. Spark is not available, but Pedro most definitely is more than enough for the side of Toda. And now Clowns dropped onto the ground as well. Neptune will be able to pick his buddy right back up. Neptune finds a player from the side of Toda. Chill taken out of this equation. Pedro now trying to wrap around as EWG pressures Toda from the back. Toda, this now turned into a situation where getting a booyah seems to be absolutely impossible, outnumbered. But Pedro, one more grenade in hand. He will get run down by all of these players from the side of EWG. And EWG making a stellar play for themselves as Monito gets him out of this round with a solid grenade.
Yeah, Todak, they will not be able to achieve that 5th booyah and perhaps not break the record of 100 points, but it is okay. They have made the best possible run. We're down to the final 3 teams. This is qualifications for MCP Major on the line, at least for EWG. Secret Expert and Freedom Rumble, they are in a good spot, but for Secret Expert, they need to make sure they get as much points as possible. EWG, while within touching distance of that top 6, and they just need a booyah to secure that, and Neptune's gonna find fall. Freedom Rumble, Neptune will get that secure kill as well. EWG needs to fight through all these containers, and Freedom Rumble with Cloud and Neptune, the poetic duo that we saw just now, ran circles around AKO Steady Squad. Can they do it again? It seems like they might be able to. Monito gets caught up by Neptune. Jace finally comes in for the cleanup, but you still have Clowns to work with, and he's hiding behind this container. Secret Expert, they're about to come in for the flush. They don't know where Clowns is just now, but now they do. Bagaji rush straight into the claw cell of Crown. Manchai does takeout taken. Cloud now running into the center. Cloud intercepts Nag as well. It's between them, between him and Secret Expert. Can Secret Expert get this win? Ibnu coming around the corner. Clouds will fight him, and Clouds does it all by himself. Freedom Rumble close out the final round of this grand finals with a booyah, a second one for them, and the only 2 teams to get booyah in the grand finals were Todak and Freedom Rumble, and they certainly did not disappoint. A fitting ending for one of the most aggressive teams in our local league.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I had my eyes on Freedom Rumble from the league stages. There was something special about this team where they wanted to hit, and whenever they wanted to hit, they could hit hard. But it was more of a matter of choice with the decision-making of the types of battles that they were encountering and taking on for themselves all throughout the league stages. It was clear that they were setting themselves up for a stellar grand finals, and a stellar grand finals they most definitely were able to deliver. But as you guys know, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the math will do us no wrong. Toda, the most aggressive and most amazing team of the FFCM Season 1 Grand Finals. The consistency was mind-blowing by this squad.
Yeah, and we slightly touched on some statistics, right? Some characteristics from Toda. We did not see them as on the chart of, team that dealt most damage or team who survived the longest. Even players who survived the longest, which we got access to in terms of stats. No Toda players are on there. We have AKO Steady Squad, we have Geekfan, but never Toda. And we marvel at how good they are at surviving, but God, they came out huge in the grand finals, and it felt like whatever we saw in the league stage was just a fraction of what Todak, or as most people know, Argon MY was showing. And maybe the acquisition did boost their confidence. Whatever that is, we know that Todak has had the best possible run in competitive Free Fire.
Yeah, and you have to give credit where credit is due, especially to the organization of Toda for number one, spotting out the abilities of these players within Argon MY to first off approach and invest in. And Argon MY, they repaid this favor, right, for this trust that this brand has put on into them to not only bring in their performance, but to bring in the best side of them that we have witnessed all throughout the league stages, all throughout the Free Fire Challengers Malaysia Season 1. And they most definitely have made Toda very, very proud. And this has got to be the dream acquisition for any brand whatsoever. Blacklist International sitting down by the corner wondering exactly what went wrong, as their players, on the other hand, one of the most promising brands out here within the Free Fire world, could not make the cut as potentially one of the invited teams. We will have to wait for the final leaderboards to see if or not that is true. But it was just so painful to see them drop in some of these battles where in the past they have been able to bag very, very easily. Oren wasn't able to hit the shots like he usually does in here as well. And Geekfam kind of fell through the cracks. But Freedom Rumble, man. I have to say I'm super duper pleased with what they have been able to show all of their fans as well as supporters all throughout the league stages of what they're able to pull off when they really set their minds to it, Aske.
Yeah, and despite the criticisms we give Freedom Rumble, it certainly does makes the most loyal fans tear up, seeing that in the grand finals when everything is on the line, they still put up a great performance. Sure, they are not the eventual winners, they don't walk away with the biggest slice of the prize pool, but at the end of the day, they certainly paid dividends when you want to see the most. When the doubts were stacked against Freedom Rumble, they were able to overcome all of that. Whether they end up in second, third, or fourth place, they have certainly put up a great showing, and I think that they can definitely celebrate this as a victory of their own with no regrets.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with you. And Freedom Rumble, they did so much, and they only had to focus on one thing, right? Placement points for this round. And in the process of getting there, they managed to bag a couple of kills for themselves as well. Clown was just playing the game of survival so well throughout the whole round. And towards that final circle, still managed to play it solo. Freedom Rumble, not only do they bag the booyah for themselves, they also pick up that #1 spot with their consistency. 18 points overall with the 6 kills that they took. EWG in that second spot. This is going to be super good for them as they try to look for the top 6 position to get invited in towards MCP Majors directly. Secret Expert, they managed to pick up the 3rd spot for themselves. The sentiment is the exact same here. Everybody's aiming for that MCP Majors invitation. 13 points overall. Blacklist International picking up 12 points. This is where things start to get a little dicey because it's all about how well did Secret Expert as well as Icon do for themselves to kind of distance themselves from Blacklist International. And I feel like they've done quite a bit, but with Metrics performing in here as well, it just makes it so much more harder for the brand. Blacklist International and Metrics in the 4th and 5th spot with 12 and 9 points consecutively, 9 points share. Equally with Toda as well, who managed to secure the 6th spot for themselves this time around. But I don't think they're disappointed with that at all. In fact, I don't think they even care what position they managed to bag in this final round.
Yeah, certainly not. We have Icon with 7 points, Team Princess with 5, Geek Fam in 9th place with only 4 points, Epic managing to muster up 3 alongside Sorry Roar in 10 and 11, and AKO Steady Squad bombing out with no points at all. Overall, it is a very fulfilling grand finals for Todak, no doubt, but I think for a team like Freedom Rumble and EWG, they also had a pretty great evening in the 6 rounds. But there are some teams who suffered pretty heavy blows. Team Princess, who we all looked forward to performing in the grand finals, did not step out at all, did not have a good showing in any of these rounds. Blacklist International started off on a decent note, but they quickly fell flat, and it felt like this 12 points that they got for themselves feels a bit underwhelming despite it hitting that double digit.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And all throughout, it was just us expecting crazy stuff throughout the whole day of the grand finals, but never could we have ever in our wildest dreams anticipate a situation like this. And I say that in many accords in terms of #1 seeing Freedom Rumble and Toda deal out back-to-back consistency, and at the same time see some of our top dogs in terms of Team Princess, Blacklist International, and Geek Fam not being able to deliver that solid, consistent plays that they have usually been, showing us all throughout, and that we have quite honestly grown accustomed to, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like this is a breath of fresh air. We've been worshipping the best teams. We've been worshipping some of these players so much that sometimes it does take a little bit of convincing for us to change our faith. And in this case, I think, we all have been convinced by the performance of Todak for sure, and also by the performance of teams like Metrics and Icon, who on paper might not have the best numbers in the league stage and grand finals. But if you look at them as a entity that just debuted a roster, this is, I would say, a very impressive runs.
Yeah. Singapura dilanda Toda. Singapura got attacked by these swordfishes at one point, and this time Free Fire is the next victim. And all of the teams that had their hearts stabbed by these swordfishes, they most definitely will feel the sting all the way to bed tonight because it was that one thing they could not fight back against no matter how much they tried. In terms of composition, in terms of positioning out there on the battlefield, in terms of decision making from the team Toda all throughout today, they have been absolutely spectacular. We cannot wait to see more from this squad that has just been so perfect. And to pull this off on the day of the grand finals after being acquired by one of the biggest esports brands in Malaysia, salute Toda. Absolute salute. I bow down to your supremacy.
Yeah, and just to give those everyone else kind of a history lesson, the first time we see the roster of Toda, back then known as Oregon MY, was MCP Major Season 2. And at that time, they came in as a pretty decent roster, right? They finished the group stage in 9th place. They go into the grand finals and they also finished 9th place. And guess who was in first place in the grand finals? It was Blacklist International. So this is not just a story about the best acquisition. This is a literal Cinderella run. This is how the roster of Oregon MY, at least 3 of their members, and Toda at the same time, proved themselves to be one of the best teams in Malaysia, because no one could have been expecting a team like this roster to achieve all of this in just a few months, in just a gap of 1 league. But let's take a look at the MVP. We still have to commend Miro from Blacklist International. They might not have a great evening, but Miro certainly did put up some numbers. No assists, but he did get 5 kills.
They tried. They tried really, really hard. The question is, was the amount of effort that they put into this final round enough to earn them that invitation into the MCP Majors, or will they have to just earn that spot through the plains later on? It's not going to be easy, but for a brand like Blacklist International, I believe they will be able to pull it off. But it's more towards the dealing with the stakeholders, dealing with your bosses later on and explaining to them what went wrong and how did the boys of Blacklist International not make the cut this time round. And you know, I have to touch on this a little bit as well. During the league stages, there was the infraction points of 80, and it obviously threw them off a little bit, but it was even proven at the league stages that even if there was no infraction points, the players of Toda as well as GeekFam remained supreme at the top. But towards the final day, even GeekFam could not bring out the consistency that Freedom Rumble and Toda managed to bring into this. Look at the map recap. Round 1 picked up by the mighty Swordfishers, the one and only Toda. Quickly becoming the best esports brand in Malaysia. Freedom Rumble, they managed to bag round number 2, Kalahari, and you asked for it, man. You asked for the Holy Trinity, and when you ask for it, sometimes Toda delivers. Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, all taken out, clean sweep, and of course the final one pulled right back by Freedom Rumble. Today has been an insane day of Free Fire, Husky.
Absolutely. Only 2 unique teams getting a booyah in the grand finals, and we expected 6 different teams to do so. Either our expectations were a bit too unachievable, or these teams are just way too good. But I think deep down in our hearts, we both know the answer. These teams are just way too good at what they do. We came in expecting a tale of supremacy, but we did get a tale of supremacy. Welcome to your new empress. It is none other than the one and only Toda. They have made history in Malaysia Free Fire. Best acquisition of a roster overall. They came in the last week of the league stage and they triumphed over the best teams. GeekFam fell, Blacklist International faltered, Freedom Rumble stood no chance. It was Toda all over the leaderboard. If there is one team fit to rule all of Free Fire in Malaysia, it is Toda, and Toda alone.
And they do with an iron fist, or shall I say an iron fin at the very top. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we give you your champions, the one and only Toda. What a play, what a display, what absolute perfection in terms of Free Fire. On the one day that mattered the most to them as a brand, to them as individual players, to them as a full squad, Toda, they made themselves proud, they made all of their believers proud. They most definitely served up an amazing show for us to shoutcast today, Husky.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at the overall standings. Toda getting 95 points, just 4 points short of the record set by Auto Knockout, but who cares about the record because they are still the eventual champions. of FFCM, 45,000 ringgit into the bank, followed by Freedom Rumble in second place with 73 points, Secret Expert in third place with 56 points, Geekfam and Matrix with 55 points in fourth and fifth place, and Sorry Roar in sixth place with 52 points. And that rounds out the top 6 team who gets a direct invite into MCP Major Season 3. So congratulations to all of these teams.
Close to getting an invite, but even closer now to getting an earful from their investors. Blacklist International, they do not get the direct invite in that 7th spot. 47 points, close, but just not close enough, boys. Icon in that 8th spot with 45 points, equaling up with EWG. But in terms of picking up that 8th spot, it was Icon who proved their met out there, right? The aggression with those skills and getting up there a little bit quicker than EWG. AKO Steady Squad, they continue their run of I have to say abysmal performance in Free Fire. They have to find out exactly what is going on, and hopefully the next time we do spot this squad, they bring in not a new roster but a whole new play style for us to witness. Team Princess, they delivered during the league stages to get a lot of believers on their side, but when it came to the most important day of them all, they allowed their plays to kind of spin off course, and they do not manage to hit 17 points overall in that 11th spot, and Epic with the epic drop all the way down to the bottom with the 12th position. I have to say that the one team that is happiest though in this grand finals has to be Matrix. Matrix, they struggle to qualify for this grand finals, and look at where they sit, my friend, in the 5th spot. These guys have been phenomenal in here today. Holler, I think Holler has got like tears of happiness in his eyes right now.
Yeah, and just one overhaul was all it takes. Metric needed a few months to refine their craft, and even though they struggle, and even though we look at Metrics and we were like, yeah, this guy, they bully the weak, but hey, whatever it takes to get into the grand finals, they certainly showed that they're not just bullies. They can put up good performances. You know, in 5th place, compared to the names in front of them, Geek Fam, Secret Expert, Freedom Rumble, and Todak, I would say Metrics landed themselves a pretty sweet spot, and I just can't wait to see these guys in the next major. They certainly will bring in even better performances.
Yeah, and these are the teams, right? Teams like Metrics, teams like Todak, who prove the fact that it doesn't really matter how well you perform at the league stages. What truly matters is on this one final day of that grand finals, you step on out and you show us the best played games of your whole Free Fire career. And that's exactly what Metrics went out there for. 20 kills overall, and that was not the most from them. They focused a little bit on their placement points, which got them quite a far distance, but not picking up the least number of kills really shows exactly how Metrics focused in on all of these plays, right? Crazy stuff out of them, and Sorry Raw are the ones this time round that scraped through to get that invite towards the MCP Majors with 52 points. Once again, Blacklist International just close, but not close enough to that spot. It's going to be some tough conversations following up the end of today. I wish them all the best. But as for the top 6 in here, what a display. Hopefully, they continue to make Malaysia very, very proud over at the MCP Majors that we have coming up.
Yep, we've crowned a new king for sure. Whether they took it by force or whether they were all unanimously agreed as the best team, Todak will stand strong for now, and they will stand strong for quite a long time. But we still have one more Hall of Fame to head into, and that would be the MVP. And not just any MVP, the overall MVP. And it's none other than Pedro. 16 kills in total throughout the grand finals, 6 assists, almost 7,000 total damage with a hit rate of 25.9%, and of course his most used gun, none other than the Mac 7, the shotgun that we've all revered and feared. And Pedro alongside Spark has proven that they might not be the #1 consistent duo, but they are definitely the #1 best performing duo in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Pedro was one of the first players that I threw into my fantasy team personally because of his performance within the whole of FFCM Season 1 in the early stages. And it's so good to see that he maintained his consistency all the way through to the grand finals. And even on the day where it was most important, instead of faltering, he hit, and he hit harder than ever, right? Getting 16 kills overall. And the guy was just absolutely phenomenal all throughout the day. But what more can Team Koda bring to the table after this at the MCP Majors is what I'm curious of. Is because if they could influence the players after acquisition so quickly, how better can they influence them? How much stronger can this squad get? Your dream team, hopefully these are the players that you picked up for yourself, because Mocha most definitely was the best and most accurate player out there on the battlefield. Spark with the most assists, and you said it, man, the perfect combo for me, Pedro as well as Spark. Although they don't hit all the time, when they hit, it most definitely hurts. And Orin with the most number of kills, a total of 12 here to complete this squad.
Yeah, and of course, if this is the team that you are looking for, you want a good utility user, a grenadier, a dynamic duo, and a long-range player who can clutch. This is the dream team that you can go for. Mocha is certainly the dark horse or the standout, but he deserved it. Imagine if we look back at round 1. If Mocha didn't get the 1v4 clutch, maybe we would not be seeing Metrics in the top 6. So Mocha played a huge part in this endeavor, and Metrics should be really proud of their achievements.
Oh yeah, and I'm pretty sure they are most definitely super proud of what he was able to pull off for them, right? And I like the point that you brought up there, Husky. If Metrics did not actually score that, what would be their fate in this final round? They most definitely would be way closer to the players of Blacklist International. Sorry, Raw would have beat them hands down already if it wasn't for that one stellar play out of this guy. And Mocha, just like the players of Toda, when it mattered the most, he hit the hardest. Orin, although we did not see the flashiest of performance from him, it was still good enough to get him up onto the roster of the Dream Team in here today.
Yeah, and he certainly went from being a player who is trying to find his groove, his personality in the competitive scene, to someone who can play multiple roles. He's the jack of all trades, but he also is the master of the grenade. What else could you ask for? We first saw him shine as someone who has the best and most nade kills, to someone who can clutch out alongside Mano4 when needed. He is the secondary duelist, and he is the main utility user for the team. He has a lot of titles under his belt, and sure, Geekfam didn't have the best grand finals like a lot of people wanted them to have, but Orin certainly will remain in the hearts of a lot of Free Fire viewers just because of how amazing his growth has been from his debut last year to now.
Blacklist International, they didn't really cut it out before stepping into the MCP Majors the last time around. At the MCP Majors, they absolutely blew their competition away. Could this be what Geekfam is setting themselves up for? Intentional or not, Toda is not going to have any of that over at the MCP Majors. I'm pretty sure they want to continue this run. They want to continue making the brand that they play for super proud of them. And Freedom Rumble, to touch a little bit on them, it was this one team that I staked a lot of bet on, mainly because of, you know, few great moments out of the squad. But for them to drop on in here and bring in that consistency, especially with the placement points, only a step behind Toda, is most definitely super duper nice to watch. And hopefully we get to see a little bit more of this at the MCP Majors as we set our eyes on it next.
Absolutely, and that's going to conclude the Free Fire Challengers Malaysia. First of all, congratulations to Todak. They are our new kings for Malaysia Free Fire. Also, congratulations to Freedom Rumble, Secret Expert, Geek Fam, Metrics, and Story Raw. They will join Todak with a direct invite to MCP Major Season 3. The Free Fire Challengers Philippines final is going to kick off tomorrow, so do remember to check that out after a good night of sleep. But until then, as the fireworks go off in the background, we celebrate and rejoice Todak's supremacy and reign over our Free Fire realm. We are going to sign off for the night. Thank you very much for being a part of this journey. And thank you very much to Yes for being a part of this voyage as well. We hope to see you guys in more installments of Free Fire Competitive in the future. I'm Husky, he is AJ, and on behalf of everyone behind the scenes, we wish you guys a good night. And we'll bid you guys goodbye.
My name,
Story Wall completely pinned down as Epic gets rounded out by Shark, but Cobra has grenade launcher. And Rembo are the last two men alive and play, so he has clear vision of these two guys. It's gonna be an easy pickings for him. A couple of taps on the Rizal and a couple more to Rembo will do the job. 0 out with no points in the game. Enough players alive for 14 points. And they will try to take out RG4 and put down one. Build RG4.
Hello?
Okay. And 13 kills in the back, and they're gonna go for more. Why not add 4 more onto the tally? Iman trying to run circles around Mano 4, but this guy does not miss. Bigly with a second knock, that's gonna be Rambo down. He will scramble to find any semblance of life. But it seems like with Epic's presence, it might not be the case. Hero going for a good one onto Neptune as Iman finds him. Next spot. Distance, but look at Iman, he is so quick. The dexterity on this man is unparalleled. The rest of CEO are coming in as well. Freedom Rumble, it seems like they're responding to this. Freedom Rumble looks so lost. Freedom will get a down on shot onto Rise. That's from Epic as Iman will get the nade on X1 as well. Freedom Rumble only left with 1. This uncanny passiveness of Freedom Rumble is so
What? That close place, right? You want to try and widen that gap. You see if they're able to get away, but I don't think that's going to be the case. But it looks like Secret
Oh, no.
Expert did actually clash. Taken survives that fall.